So far, I've enjoyed VidCon because I got to meet a lot of people that I've known only on LinkedIn. The conference has given me the opportunity to meet them in real life. I love that a lot of the people that are in the same industry as me all gather at one place, and it's just great to meet people here.
There was a level of detail that I get from the talks that it's hard to get anywhere else. VidCon
is another layer of perspective on the creator economy. Being able to come here and look at all that stuff in person is just a very cool opportunity.
Jake from State Farm? I feel like I'm the only person on the planet who still plays Witch's Broom.
Oh, you think so? Guess who edits the Witchy Wiki?
Your Mystical Khakis 15?
Yeah, that's me. Hey, whatever game you play, State Farm supports you. And we're not the only ones. Oh, there's a potluck every Tuesday.
I'll bring my potato salad.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Light work, easy money. I ate this dude's lunch. Back to the lobby. Not good, not me. Just get good, bro. Just get good. I gamed like I had plus 50 toughness, but really, I'm plus 100 afraid.
Hey, life can be scary, but State Farm supports you.
I feel plus 250 relieved.
Hey,
Thank you.
of course, man.
Pass the ball!
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
The room with all those eyes on me. Every day I wake up, I know who I'll be. I look into the mirror, I'm a sight to see. I love what I see. I love what I see. The world is gonna know my name. My name. Nobody's stopping me today. Today, I own it. I own it. Yeah, yeah, you know it. Yeah, yeah. Keeping myself going 'cause I own it. I own it. Yeah, yeah, you know it. Yeah, yeah. Keeping myself going.
moves. I was just a young boy way before the shoes, way before the fancy cars and the flashy clothes. He said, son, you think too small. You got what it takes, you can have it all. And then he said these words to me. Check it out, this is what you tell her. Come on, clap your hands, everybody. And wave them like you just don't care. If you got it like that and your pockets stay fat, just throw your hands in the air. Just throw your hands in the air. Yeah! 1, 2, let's go! Go big or go home. Hey! Let me hear it. Go big or go home. One time. Go big or go.
Please welcome founder and COO Tube Filter, Joshua Cohen.
I should have come in a different way. Hi, everybody. Welcome to VidCon 2024. Thank you all for coming this early in the morning. We have a great session ahead for you. First, I'm just going to give you a little entree into this day. My name is Joshua Cohen. I'm the founder and COO of Tube Filter. We've been writing about this industry since 2007, way before creators were ever even called that. I also founded the Streamy Awards in 2009. It's an award show where we celebrate lots of the people that you'll see up on stage here today. And I'm really excited about this year, because I feel like we can all feel like there's something just different in this ecosystem that kind of wasn't there before. Magna is this analytics firm. They say that on US media spend is going to be $360 billion this year. eMarketer says that advertising on connected TVs and on television is going to reach $80 billion this year. Meanwhile, eMarketer also says influencer marketing is going to reach $7 billion this year. It's still just a fraction of what's being spent in the greater media landscape, but 5 years ago it was $1 billion. It's just growing exponentially, and I feel like we can all kind of feel that. In addition to US television consumption being 10% comprised by YouTube, 34% of kids these days want to be a YouTuber when they grow up. A majority of teens want to be influencers. I mean, there's something different in the air now than that was at VidCon 2009, 2008, when I used to have to explain to people what a creator, what a YouTuber was, and how they made money. So we've come a long way. And another example of coming a long way is this next panel we have for you with Colin and Samir and Matt, Pat, and Stephanie from Theorist, talking about how is this the end of the beginning and their experience with selling their company. So come on out on stage. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Hey, oh man.
There's so many seats. What seat do we choose?
Wow, where do we
Always so
sit?
awkward.
This is confusing.
How does this
Why
work?
don't we sit
Samir and I in the middle, you
here,
guys.
and
I'll
then
just
you
go
guys
sit in
are
the
the
audience.
purple.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think we should switch every 5 minutes.
Wait, Steph, where are you sitting?
We'll figure this out. Just bear with
I'm
me.
Be decisive, guys.
There we go.
There it is.
All right.
We're here.
We've properly
Good morning.
spread. This is nice.
Yeah, let's
Welcome
give it
to
up.
VidCon.
Thank you all. Thank you all for
Yay.
coming. This is our
For sitting. Hi, guys.
hello.
Hey.
Hi, everyone in the crowd. I'm going to ask a question. How many people in the crowd are YouTube creators or create? Oh, wow, that's amazing.
Yay.
Great. And how many people run companies that work with creators? Great. And how many people watch something on YouTube that they've never told anyone else they watch?
Great.
For me, it's the folding lady, and I'm telling all of you now. She's incredible. If you've ever been wondering how you could fold your clothes in a different way. Okay, that's not what this panel is about. Let's.
No. You've opened the door now. I'm curious. Like,
Which article of clothing are we
All.
folding really wrong?
Your hoodies.
oh,
Confirmed you're folding your hoodies incorrectly.
yes. So
She
Were
folds
you
them.
so bad at folding that you really needed help?
Yes.
Okay.
Because I would like pack my suitcase, and then on the way home, I would never be able to pack it back
Got it.
the way it was.
Okay.
That's everyone, though.
Again, that's not why we're here.
it could be though.
It could be. How are you guys doing? Obviously, you have retired from YouTube. Would love for you guys to bring us and the room up to speed of what that means and what your life looks like now.
Well, here, should I bring everyone up to speed about who we are? Hey, how many of you know who we are? Okay, so a good number, but just to make sure everyone is up to speed on us and our journey really quickly. So I'm Matt, this is Stephanie. We are co-founders of Theorist Inc. And basically what we do and what we represent is we are the biggest nerds on YouTube, or we were the biggest nerds on YouTube, where we take popular culture, IP, movies, video games, food, style, and we make edutainment videos about them. So you get a little bit of education mixed in with your pop culture discussion, right? So like you learn physics through figuring out whether Mario can break a brick with his hands in a video game, or you learn about like, hey, can carrots actually improve your eyesight if you eat a bunch of them on our food channel, things like that. We've been doing that for the better part of 13 years at this point, so we are basically older than dirt by YouTube standards, literally dust in the wind. Put us out to pasture, and that's actually what we just did.
Yeah, absolutely. In late 2022, we sold our company, all the channels, all the IP of those channels, to our now parent company called LunarX, and we started a new journey of transitioning our channels over to new hosts and new faces to put a new refreshing perspective on them, to hand them over to the next generation. And we have just completed that transition in March of this year. We had a big lead up to it where the usual face of the channels said a big goodbye. And we now have 4 new hosts of our channels, and that's been a major transition. And it's got a lot of attention from other creators, from the industry, to basically ask the question, can you retire from YouTube? And if you can, how do you do it? And we've just run a really big experiment on that, so that's what we're here to talk about.
Yeah, unintentionally so, I think, this year, between our announcement and then 1 or 2 others that happened around the same time, 2024 has, one of the big content trends of 2024 is I'm leaving YouTube, or what is next for our business, right? And you see that across the board with the Try Guys launching their streaming service, Watcher launching a streaming service, a lot of people having open and frank discussions with their audience about like, hey, I've got 2 years left on this platform before I retire. Or you have people just clickbaiting in general, being like, guys, we have to talk about the future of this channel. We're still here, but that has been kind of one of the big trends. And so we were one of the people at the forefront kind of discussing that. All the way back to your question.
The folding lady,
yes,
right.
The folding.
So.
I learned how to fold my hoodies back in 2015. No. How's it going for us? It's been great. I think between selling the channels, which was absolutely the right decision, and the retirement announcement, which has gone as well as we could have hoped for, and we're thrilled with everything. The audience response has been really positive. Things have been really great both personally for us as well as professionally for Theorist as a business.
I think both. Yeah, I think both from the audience perspective and from the industry perspective, it's been fascinating to see, first of all, how much reaction we've gotten, how much conversation it's sparked in general. But even things like yesterday, our 4 new hosts walked out in front of the convention center, being like, oh, we're just gonna you're just gonna walk across VidCon, and they all got stopped for photographs, for autographs. And we were so happy for them and we're so excited on their behalf. And we believe that we've really set, hopefully groundwork that others could follow to help move their careers forward and also provide new careers for the next generation.
Could you guys tell us what are the ingredients that a YouTube channel has to have in order to sell and retire? Because I think when you guys did that, the reason you had so many questions is because everyone was like, you can do that, right? Like it was just this strange thing of like, wait, I thought retiring was just quitting, like just being done. And for a channel like ours, for Colin and Samir, I don't know if it's a reality to retire in the way that you guys did. So what are the ingredients? Like what does a YouTube channel have to retire?
It's interesting. I want to come back to the point about whether or not there is a potential for you to retire in the future, because I think there is. But if you look back at the history of what we've done, both at events like this as well as other conventions, we started talking about retiring or exit strategies for YouTube channels back in 2018, 2019, right, Steph? And at the time, it was befuddling to people, right? Because this was, I want to get on these platforms. But one of the things that we said in those talks is that you need to, when you start your channel and when you start your online business, whether it's a YouTube channel, TikTok, brand, whatever, it's one of those things where think about how you want your story to end, and that informs the decisions that you make at the beginning. So like you alluded to, there's a lot of YouTube channels that we all know and love and have been carrying on for the last decade plus at this point. But if their goal is to sell, it is hard for them to sell because of how person-centric they are, right? A great example of this is the Gamer Markiplier, right? Gamer Markiplier, he is the face of the channel, his name is the channel name, and he plays games, and if he's gone, what is left? Markiplier has left the chat, right? But if you look at a Colin and Samir, yes, the brand and channel and everything are you too, for sure. But when I think Colin and Samir, I think top of class industry analysis and conversation, right? Like, yes, you guys are the hosts, and I think you are fantastic hosts, and you are wonderful, and you lead conversations in a very insightful way. But what I come to you for, more than anything else, is your insight into the industry and the conversations that you're having with these movers and shakers of this world, right? And I think that's a brand that can pass on, for sure.
And I look at Press Publish, right, on your shirt. I look at the newsletter that you have. I look at the brand of expertise, right, of thought leadership that you've created. And even though you two might have faces that are very closely associated with your channel, you've also built a separate thought leadership brand, which is entirely separate from you as human beings, as faces, and that could be something that is absolutely sellable, right? And I think more than anything now, what we are seeing and what we see as the next several years of the creator economy is people being more thoughtful about this exact journey, right? I think, everyone used to be an accidental YouTuber. There was no such thing as a really, as someone who did this on purpose. And so when it came to actually thinking about where this journey ends, there was never any thought about that because you barely had intention on beginning in the first place. But now that people see, frankly, how much money there is in the space, how much opportunity there is, how much exposure, and how long you can actually do this as a career. This can be an actual career, not just a job for a couple years. Now you get to the point where people can be intentional, and these next generations of creators will now be thinking about, okay, I'm going to start my channel, and what can I do with this channel? Not to sound bad about it, but as a product. What can I do with this channel as a product, not just as a creative expression of me?
Yeah, I think one of the best examples right now of what you're describing, because there's a couple different ways to think about this. One is the media company itself is scalable, which you guys did, and that's very impressive to do. I think the other version that I think about right now is Mark Rober with Crunch Labs, right?
Yeah. Which is great.
I think it's one of the most impressive creator businesses, primarily because every single one of Mark's videos is immediate lead gen into a subscription product that's recurring revenue. That's just like incredible.
And the products are great. I mean, that's the thing about him is he's so high quality, and it makes so much sense.
And I think the Crunch Labs is very acquirable.
Yes.
Right? It might come with Mark Rober for a bit of time, but like that is something that can scale beyond him. So typically we see like an unscalable thing, which is media, and then paired with a scalable thing that is product, or something like we're doing, which is, yes, like written content is much more scalable beyond us.
I think the other thing too, though, is like, and I agree 100%, Crunch Labs is absolutely the thing that you sell in that sort of scenario without question, and I think that's a fantastic business to be a part of. Mark Rober is a tremendous marketing arm for that. The Mark Rober channel is a tremendous marketing arm for that. I think if there's a world where Mark wants to step away, you can sell that channel knowing that viewership is going to drop. You know, and I think that that's one of the things that you always have to be prepared for is in a person-centric model like that, where he is the name and face and primary creative driver of that. He needs a 2-3 year runway of introducing the crew around him, of introducing the staff. Hey, it's not just Mark Rober, it's Mark Rober and friends, it's Mark Rober and fellow engineers. So that way the audience is not as dependent on him as a person, similar to how the Mythbusters did it. If you look back to the early days of the Mythbusters, it was Adam and Jamie. They were the Mythbusters. But then as the show entered into later and later seasons, and Adam and Jamie were busy with other things, wanted to move their business elsewhere, you had the crew, the Mythbusters crew kind of rise up. And it was one of those things, they were never a true replacement for the main hosts, but they were able to sustain the brand in a solid way, maybe not as gangbusters, but a solid way that gives you a solid foundation that you can still use as a marketing arm and still use as a revenue driver. And I think Mark could absolutely do something like that. I think for us, because we are the game theorists, and yes, Matt Pat was the game theorist at the time, and now it's Tom, we were a personless brand in a lot of ways and can evolve so. There's always going to be people who are watching because of the personality. Like we call them the hooks in the wall, right? I watch because I like Matt, and I watch because I like the format, and I watch because I like the IP. And when Matt falls away, sure, there's going to be a different era and there's going to be a turnover. But our goal and our expectation is that, you know, if run correctly and if you're consistent and deliver a quality product, there will be a generation of audiences who never knew I hosted the channels. Or there will be a generation of audiences who cross over and say, hey, I like the Tom era better. Or, you know, Tom's awesome, but I like the Matt Pat era. It's eras of creation and generations of content that exist, and that's how a brand is sustainable moving forward.
How do you prove that, though, or how do you talk about that pre-sale in a conversation with LunarX, right? Because you can tell them, like, we believe that to be true, that there may be a little bit of attrition and then people will catch on, but you don't know that, right? So how do you approach that in conversation with LunarX before it actually sells? Yeah. It feels like a big leap of faith.
Sure.
There's a subjective element to it and there's a data-driven element to it, right? So when we were in conversations, I think it's also important context to know, we had personally ourselves planned that exact transition regardless of whether we sold the company. That transition that we just did in March actually had nothing to do with us selling the company. It actually may have happened sooner if we didn't, because we wouldn't have been like adjusting to a new parent company. But we had every intention of doing that regardless. So I think the fact that we came in and said, this is our plan for the channel, and they came in saying, hey, we want to depersonalize this channel to de-risk it for ourselves, which makes complete sense. We were already totally in alignment about what the goal was, and the fact that we had a plan that, you know, we believed in so strongly ourselves that we weren't even looking at the time for any financial backers. We weren't looking for a safety net. They were like, well, you believe it enough that you will do it yourself, and you will, you know, take whatever consequences yourself with no additional ownership. I think that went pretty far in terms of, you know, the trust and the faith element there. In addition to that, we've run a lot of tests and experiments on our audience, and we've run a lot of surveys. We know the psychographics of our audience. We know their favorite IP. We know we've spent a lot of time studying the programming around our audience, and we had at least enough data to supply sufficient evidence in our minds and in their minds that this was an audience who was going to watch across a lot of IP. They were going to, yes, follow some of the personality elements, but that wasn't why they were there. In the comments, they weren't talking about, oh my gosh, I love MatPat. They're debating the theories. They're talking about the content. Right. They're not primarily engaged with the fact that they love Matthew. They're engaged with the content of the videos. And the fact that Matthew's face doesn't appear also helps.
Well, I think, and it's going to be a leap of faith no matter what, right? Like, this is the first time these sorts of conversations and these sorts of deals are being made. And so someone's going to be the bleeding edge. And I think we all collectively, especially on the industry floor, recognize that the future of brands and the future of products, the future of entertainment exists in this space. And just like it was done in traditional media, that model will ultimately happen here as well, and it's trying to, you know, who's willing to take the risk to be the first mover and claim that space right now. And so I think that's one of the things that you're seeing is there are people who have funding and belief that, like, they're the ones who have the code, you know, that have the system cracked, that we can make this work, we can aggregate channels, we can grow them, and we can kind of create these brands of the future. But I mean, this space is inherently risky. Any new venture is going to be inherently risky. You just need people who are confident enough and faithful enough in kind of like the leadership to move forward with it.
I think the biggest question, if I'm approaching this industry and starting to look at potential acquisition targets, like when I'm looking at different creators, I think my question is, are you the network, are you the show, or are you the talent? And some creators are all, right? All the above.
Yep.
But I think the ones that are very, and there's different deals at every level of that.
Yes.
There's a version of a talent deal that's just like, you grew an amazing audience, and let's do a deal where you are now the host of said show. Because
and we take the business end. Things. Yeah, that can work out very well.
It's a totally reasonable version of a deal. Yes. And I think actually the way Hollywood used to interact with creators was that way, right? Lily Singh, let's make her the host of a show.
Yep.
And I actually think that created some situations that weren't advantageous to creators and weren't great when we were purely talent. Yep. Then you go, okay, well, are you making a show? A lot of shows, we see very big deals, like Call Her Daddy, right? Is able to do a $60 million 3-year deal with Spotify because she's made a great show and built a great community around that. And then you have a company like your guys, right? Like which is essentially a network. Right? It's a network of programming. And you guys are actually more programming executives than you are like talent, which you've shown now that you can remove yourself and still operate as like essentially a programming executive saying, I know what this audience wants to see, and I can coach people into producing content that they want to see. Those are very acquirable companies.
Yeah, and real quick, before you complete that thought, one of the things that came up in our conversations was exactly that idea of, because you brought up, oh, it's risky. One of the things that we showed as a data point for potential acquirers was that idea of, hey, I have not been writing these scripts, or I haven't been like the only person writing these scripts for the better part of 2-3 years, you know, and the people who are rising up into these roles have been doing the job minus the voicing for an extended period of time. Yes, I'm still touching scripts. Yes, I still have a heavy hand in X, Y, and Z, but it's one of those things where we were able to show our team is trained up enough that remove us from the equation, and yeah, there's some patchwork to be done, but it can flow. So exactly to your point, it's that idea of programming a network of channels that run themselves.
My concern, and I think the only concern is just for the people who are now approaching the industry from this perspective of I want to acquire companies, is that there's a very small amount of acquirable companies.
That's the thing. I think there are a very small number of companies right now, today, who meet that criteria. I think we're going to see that very quickly change, actually. Now that you see, if there are a couple of proof of concepts out there, right, just a couple of success cases, then there's a model to follow, and then I think very quickly people fall in line with, if they are looking to build a sellable product, then they will immediately move in that direction. But to that point, so we are not involved in LunarX's actual acquisition of any other target properties as part of that network or anything like that. But we do see the data as they are assessing possible candidates, right? We've seen a lot of channel data actually at this point, and a lot of information sort of behind the scenes about a lot of other creator companies who are possible candidates. And one of the things, there's like a whole set of criteria, right? And it's very easy to find problems with a lot of the companies that come through. It's like two-person centric is the biggest one, because a lot of YouTube channels are still just personality driven that it's very hard. The other one is like a really, really unbalanced revenue model in some way. It's like they're really strong in one area, but maybe that's not sustainable, or maybe that's subject to like big macro trend swings. Like for instance, if advertising, right? So either they're overly reliant on just YouTube advertising, and that's like 90% of their revenue, and it's like, that's one revenue stream, that's really risky. Or maybe on the brand deal side, they're like way overweighted on the brand deal side, and you're like, wow, they're killing it in brand deals, but what about the year we have a recession? And all of that goes away. And so there's a lot of risk mitigation there, both on the people and the talent front, and on the finance front, and also just like, is there any redundancy in their team right now? Like, there's one channel that I saw recently where it's like, one guy does the writing and the VO, and he's not interested in training other people. He just likes what he does, and that's awesome. Like, that's living the dream. But that's pretty risky to acquire if you're acquiring a channel that's basically run by like one person who doesn't want to pass it on to other people or train other people around them. It's a mentality as well.
That's a lifestyle business.
Yeah,
and it's a really good one. And most YouTube channels are lifestyle businesses.
Yeah, it's a very happy business to be in a lot of the time.
How many videos were you making pre-acquisition a week?
I was in 13 videos a week.
13 videos a week?
Every single week.
For how long?
Well, okay, so 13 videos was for a year, basically, with the advent of shorts. Before that, it was 8 videos a week.
Do you have like withdrawals from making YouTube videos?
Oh my gosh, no, I mean, everyone keeps asking like, what's retirement? Retirement right now, it took my 80-hour work week and reduced it to a 40-hour work week. So instead of having 2 full-time jobs, I have 1 full-time job, which is great and feels like a vacation. And it's one of those things where, you know, my day is packed and I have meetings booked solid, like solid from like 8 or 9 in the morning until 5 or 6 at night. But
every day,
every single day. But as soon as that's over, I'm done. You know, and I can draw personal boundaries for myself in a way that didn't exist before.
Are you still going to get invited to like creator things?
Probably not. And you know what? That's okay. Like, I will be sad, and I think that's one of the things, like, events like this, hanging out with you, meeting people backstage, you know, I will lose that because for as much as we are all like industry professionals, you are also my friends. Whether or not you believe that, I think you are my friend. Sorry.
It may be a bit parasocial. That's
it might be parasocial, but like you're about as close of a friend as I have in life. So.
You're my best friend.
Yeah, right. Yeah. If I was going to get married again, you would be my best friend.
That's right.
You would be my best man. Sorry. No offense, Colin.
Yeah, it's like we don't talk at all.
Yeah.
I had 2 best men at my other wedding, so you'll split duties.
Understood.
But no, so I think that is one of the things that is a loss. And just because our channels go away, or like we've moved away from those, it's not like we disappear entirely, right? Like right now, Steph and I are working at lobbying for creators' rights in Washington. Steph's been taking the lead on that, which is amazing, right?
Yeah,
like, and it's much needed.
We can clap for that.
Yeah, a couple weeks ago we had a bunch of meetings with representatives, and question 1 was, "What is Roku?" And you're like, "Oh, we got a long way to go."
Yeah.
It was, you know, if that's where we're starting, we got to go places. You know, we're doing a lot of, like right now our focus is doing a lot of education about digital video and of this space to industries that are scared of it or don't understand it. So obviously, you know, politics, Congress, like there's a lot of big decisions being made by people who do not understand the space at all, have never even seen a TikTok feed, right? So us being able to help educate those people, take these 13 years of experience and try to help make better decisions over there, that's a huge goal for us. Same thing with, we've been doing a couple theater projects. We helped produce a show last year on Broadway. We're currently working with a show on the West End right now. You know, again, theater, very old industry, very entrenched in a very traditional way of doing things. You know, it's an industry that's struggling to find itself in a digital media era. So if we can help kind of bring those people up to speed and educate them about, hey, this is not something to be scared of. This is something that you can embrace. There are people who want to create videos and content around your stuff. All ships rise. So that's where we're at.
Building a lot of bridges, educating, being advocates for the creator economy and for creators in general, and we're doing that like on a macro scale, right? And on this, and on a micro scale. So on a macro scale, things like we're looking for a sponsor in Congress for a creator caucus right now, and we're having a lot of meetings and follow-up meetings to start having those conversations, build that foundation, which spirals off into conversations about AI regulation and about the TikTok ban and about all these like really
digital
hot
privacy
button issues. Lots of digital privacy, child privacy online, all of these really major topics, and we want to be there at the forefront of those conversations. So we're not talking to the same people we've been talking to at VidCon for the last many years, and that is sad. But we're having new conversations with people who really need them. And then on a micro scale, within our own team, we are coaches, right? We are teachers, we're coaches, and we're consultants. That's what we do now internally. Those meetings that we have all day, every day, they are coaching for our new hosts. They are coaching for our data team. They're communicating with LunarX so that they're better equipped to be on the grounds with this business as well. So we're shifted now, right?
Yeah.
To a place where I think our communication will be more impactful.
I'm really interested in what the future of Theorist Media looks like, because I think about, for ourselves, we have Colin and Samira, and like you said, we have the published press, which is perhaps the more scalable side of our business. But when I think about turning it into a big media company, maybe adding faces, podcasts, all different types of things, I worry, wait, do we follow the same fate as BuzzFeed, as Vice, as Vox? Yeah. As you're having these meetings and setting up the future of Theorist as a media company, how do you make sure that doesn't happen, or what sets it apart?
I mean, we are, like Stephanie said, we are consultants and teachers, and so we do our best to kind of set up guardrails or teach everyone the ways that we would have built up things. And the decisions that get made from there are out of our hands, and rightfully so, because we sold it, and that was our goal.
That's the trade-off, right?
That's the trade-off, but it's one of those things that the way we see it is, first off, making sure that the core of the business stays solid, right? And now that it's not just MatPat is an umbrella for 5 different channels, but instead, here are 5 very separate verticals that all can have their own community, separate life, and exist and thrive on their own. Great. Make sure that those are good. Make sure that the hosts are solid in those. Make sure that the brand has stayed firm through this period of transition, right?
And that we've also given the other members of the leadership, both at Theorist and Lunar, our best possible advice, and that we've basically the thing we've always said whenever we actually have done consulting in the past is we're here to equip you with knowledge, and then we may not control the way you use it, or if you use it at all, but we're here to give you our best, everything we know to equip you to make the best decisions possible. And that's much better than us giving them the answers. Giving one answer at a time doesn't help anyone. Teaching people how to make decisions helps them forever, hopefully.
Yeah, but it's about building sustainably, not overextending, but also making sure that it's at this point, because we're out of the equation, each individual business, each individual channel, each vertical can kind of run its own race, and you're able to assess each of them as their own separate mini business within Theorist. And I think that's the win right there, as opposed to it all being interlocked like it was before.
We do need to wrap up,
of course.
But quickly, one prediction for the future of the creator economy. Let's say, where are we at VidCon in 3 years? What are we talking about? What is a prediction for the future of the creator economy?
I'll venture first.
Yeah.
So we were chatting a little bit about this yesterday, but and it ties into what we were talking about today. Formats are the thing that we've seen really starting to take hold across platforms, right? If you think about my TikTok feed, for instance, or the stuff that I watch most closely on TikTok or Instagram Reels or Shorts, people gravitate toward formats, extremely predictable, extremely repeatable formats. In a world where we are infinitely scrolling now, and for the next foreseeable future, we seem to be infinitely scrolling through short form feeds. One of the best ways to build an identity and a brand is through a format, a really repeatable, predictable format that helps people to understand who you are, and then eventually, who you are as a person and as a creator. And I think that is such an area with so much promise. And it also allows you to build formats that are more sellable, less random feeling, less personality oriented. So it factors into all of these business decisions that we've been making about how to build something that can go on and have a life of its own. But I think the movement away from just personality or random lifestyle and toward very specific niche content and niche formats is what I would say we'll be looking at in 2 years.
Okay.
All right,
Great. If you want to hear the rest of our predictions, you have to find us somewhere at VidCon because we need to wrap up. But I have a good one. I have a spicy one. Thank you, Matt, Pat, and Steph.
Thank you,
guys so much.
Thank you.
I appreciate you guys. Thank you, everyone. If you want to come, we have published press newspapers up here.
They're very good.
Check them out.
They're very good.
Once again, let's give it up for Matt, Pat, Stephanie, and Colin and Samir. We could listen to them talk for a while, but we did call that session the end of the beginning because it does really feel like there's this emerging new kind of paradigm in this space. Matt Pat hosted the Streamy Awards last year, and he coined this term, the adulting of the creator economy. And that's one of the big things we're going to be exploring at VidCon on this industry track this year is the adulting of the creator economy. A quick plug also, I'll be speaking with Jim Louderback tomorrow night at 4:20 p.m. talking about the beginning of the middle of this creator economy. So tune in for that. But considering the adulting of this space, one of the ways it's kind of leveling up and growing up is with the introduction of operators. So once creators get to a certain size, they now need an adult in the room to manage their business, to really grow as a small business into a greater organization and a company. And so what we have here is, and then they need to know when to figure out the right time to hire potential operators, when to scale, when to grow, how to orchestrate, organize their business. What got them to where they were was probably some charisma, brute force, determination, and tenacity. What's going to get them to the next level is idiosyncratic just mechanisms and operational expertise. And so really excited to welcome Mythical's Brian Flanagan, Bucket Squad Zach Miller, and Jubilee's Shelley Soriano to the stage. The panel is moderated by James Creech, who's the founder and CEO of Creator Economy Jobs. They're going to talk to you all about it. Please come up to the stage. I'll check on it. Come on in, wherever you like.
Are we all on this couch?
Yeah, we're getting cozy.
Oh, please.
All right.
All right, let's do it on the couch.
Welcome, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. I hope you are all caffeinated and ready for another big day of VidCon. I'm James Creech, your host and moderator for today. I'm the founder of Quartermast. We do M&A advisory in the creator economy, helping founders sell their startups. I also run Creator Economy Jobs, which is kind of the premier job board helping connect creators and candidates. And today, we're talking with some of the best in the business creator operators. So we're talking about the future of creator media companies and bringing in industry professionals to help guide and direct the future of their companies. So let's do quick introductions, starting with Shelley.
Hi there, I'm Shelley Soriano. I am the COO of Jubilee Media.
I'm Zach Miller. I'm the president of Bucket Squad, which runs the content and commerce businesses for the creator Jesser.
Hi, I'm Brian Flanagan. I'm the president of Mythical, which is Rhett Link's creator-owned and operated studio. And we will go back and talk about rough size of companies.
Let's do it. Yeah, as quick context for folks, tell us a little bit about, how big is your team and what does your day-to-day look like?
My team is about 40 full-time employees. We have a couple hundred freelancers that we work with over the course of the year, so a pretty big freelance network. Day-to-day looks different. I'm sure all of our day-to-days look different one quarter to the next. But my role is really about making sure that our financial planning is sound, our day-to-day operations are great, our a lot to do with goal setting for the company, goal setting frameworks for the company, and then making sure that we are resourced appropriately across those goals.
Yeah, so we have, I would say, about 25 full-time employees, about another 10 full-time international contractors, so the team's about 35 people. And my day-to-day is kind of interesting because the company's based out of Los Angeles, and I live in New York. And I'm in New York 2 out of 3 weeks, so when I'm in LA, it's a little different than when I'm in New York, but a lot of the same things that Shelley said, a lot of strategy, new business, trying to figure out where the growth vectors are, how to allocate capital in order to drive growth, build culture, things like that.
Yeah. Mythical is about 100 people, all in one big building in Burbank. It's sort of a TV studio, a la the Johnny Carsons and Conans of the day. And my day-to-day is thinking about, in the same kind of fashion, thinking about the way that the flywheel of the business, from the main content output, largely on YouTube, I think like a lot of us, through to all the other social platforms, through to commerce and community, does continue to spin, and absolutely assessing from headlines, from conversations with people like my peers here, how we need to be thinking about the next 3 to 5 years of growth. Beyond that horizon, I think it's a little blurry.
Sure. So the idea of creators as media companies is not a new phenomenon, but the idea of bringing in an operator to help support and fuel that growth is kind of a new concept over the past few years. What is the type of background, or how do you find the type of partnership with a creative personality? Because these people often start, it's a startup, right? Like each media company they have an idea for, a format or personality-driven content, and then they build it out over time, they hire more production help, but then the business starts to take on a life of its own. How do you know at what point to bring in an operator with your skill set, and what is the right type of, skill set or background, personality that's a good fit to work with a creator?
So I think we all have uniquely kind of like business-trained backgrounds, and we are also, I think, truly media obsessives and just love the fact that we get to be in the business of entertaining large audiences, bringing them along on journeys into other fields of commerce. But let's talk about it. I mean, I started in banking, media banking, within some private equity investing that led me into venture, which exposed me to the creator space when it was fairly nascent in LA. Didn't do an MBA. Zach did. Maybe we can talk about how that differs. But I mean, every one of us has come with a different kind of, some other type of larger company, more traditional industry training. And I think each of those backgrounds, if you're thinking about hiring an executive to run your business, having been steeped in that and also having an obsession with internet culture, it's a pretty good pairing.
Yeah, it's an interesting question because you're asking people who were brought in. I think Brian was probably brought into that business earlier, and then it grew into a deeper need for that type of role over time, whereas Shelley and I joined companies that had grown to a level where they needed to bring in that type of leadership, I think. Just to address what Brian was saying, so my background, I started in the movie business. I ended up going to business school. I ended up working at McKinsey. I ended up working in startups for 4 years, and then I ended up working at like NBCU and Spotify for another 4 years. So I haven't been in one place for too long, but I've seen a lot of different types of media businesses and tech businesses. And so I think Jesse and the Bucket Squad team felt like they had reached a level of scale, both in terms of the number of people that needed to be managed, the dollars in and dollars out, that they had gotten to a certain level with basically scrappy, innovative, entrepreneurially minded people, but who didn't have the experience executing at that scale. And so they went out looking for someone. Coincidentally, I had left Spotify, and I had decided, like, this seems like the dream job. How do I make that happen? And we just got lucky and crossed paths with each other. And I think the thing that made it the right fit was, to some extent, the experience at like a place like Spotify, or having been in film and TV production. But the real factor, at least from my perspective, is that we were all diehard basketball fans who just connected over like what the real source of everything that we're doing is. And so I think that made someone like me not feel like some former McKinsey MBA wonk who they're bringing in, but rather like someone where it's like we trust each other.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, and I think for my part, my background, I've always been in strategy and ops in different industries. So I co-founded and was COO of a fashion tech brand, built that, scaled that, sold that, moved out of that industry. And then I did the same thing in the insurtech space for a number of years. And what I was looking for was really a place where I shared a lot of values with the company. And I found that, I think, serendipitously with Jubilee. We're a really mission-driven business, which I think is unique in the digital media space. And I think what they were looking for similarly was, I actually think Jason, our CEO, is unique in that he has actually a consulting background. And he's kind of at the nexus of consultant, business-minded, and creator, great storyteller. But I think what we aligned on was that we weren't the same, but we complemented each other. So I think when you're looking for somebody to come in, I think the skill sets need to complement but not parrot one another. And then I think we were really aligned on values and vision for the business. And so I think as long as those things are aligned, it can be a great partnership.
Amazing. So, I hear a lot about coming in, helping the business mature, thinking about systems and processes, financials, planning. How do you combat maybe the perception that, bringing in an operator is going to maybe slow the business down, or think about, I'm reminded of like Toby from The Office being the buzzkill, not to make that, you're all very talented and engaging, amazing people, but how do you combat that perception that I'm here to help build the structure that allows the business to flourish and not take away the creative freedom? How do you balance that?
I think for our part, it's about always building process, but in the name of furthering the mission, furthering the vision of the business. I think, what's the phrase? If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. I think that rings true for us. And I think people don't think about the importance always of the vision and how it really extends throughout all of the branches of the business. But how do you go from one person who's got a vision and can make great content to 5 to 10 to 20, and you can make so much more content and scale that content if everyone's rooted in the same ideas and making great decisions around that vision and mission. And so you actually get to make a lot more, a lot quicker. But I think it takes building that infrastructure around that vision in order to do that.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with everything Shelley said. I think that's a big part of it for us as well. The other thing is, I've only been in this role for about 9 months. When I came in, there were a lot of things that I identified that I thought could be structural things, process things that we could improve on. And it was important to me that I pick and choose the things that those were the hills that I wanted to die on, and understand that a lot of this stuff is not urgent, but rather holding on to that parking lot of things to do and waiting until there were acute problems in the day-to-day ongoing of the business, and then instituting those things when they solve a problem. The idea of being hey, we need to put all this operational, organizational process in place. You could picture a team of 20, people in their mid to late 20s rolling their eyes and being oh, we got a consultant in here who wants to, but it's if all of a sudden you have a people operations issue and it's a distraction and it's a real acute problem, and it's okay, well, now we're going to do this and we're going to put this system in place. Then there's gratitude and openness to embracing that.
And there's plenty of fires to choose from, so it's
exactly.
You're not busy.
Oh yeah, what's the fire today that I'm going to apply?
You gotta let some of them burn and you tackle the biggest ones, that's for sure. Yes. Brian, one of the things that is interesting about Mythical is you've also invested in other creators. Tell us a little bit about how you think about that, how you approach evaluating, partnering with other creator businesses.
Sure. The first investing we did in creator space was actually a control deal where we bought Smosh out of Defy's bankruptcy and partnered with Ian from the very outset, the founder, to kind of keep his team together. He did incredible work even when they were truly in the woods. The doors of the office were shut and barred. They couldn't get their computers. He, was looking for the right kind of backer to take control of that business. We did that and kind of had them under our roof for a few years before they spun out back into their own huge studio and, thriving business today with Anthony, of course, returning. But so in the wake of having done a control M&A deal, I think the first in the creator space with some success, we also considered going to management potentially, because we think there's the skills we have acquired over 15, 18 years now of stumbling through the dark in the creator space are maybe applicable to younger talents who need more than just branded sales.
Yep.
But frankly, our virtue is we also have a knowledge of the capital markets, and I think we we do really believe there's major media companies going to be built in the next 10 years, driven by creator-owned and operated enterprises. But of course, with folks who are both willing to be, this is a huge criteria for us when we think about investing as a venture investor in a creator business. We've done 3. Each of the 3 is emblematically a clear market leader in a genre on YouTube that's well-defined, has built fan market fit, if you will, has significant revenue and cash flow, has started to build a team, but also is beginning to feel the strain of how do I run this and maintain my own creative apparatus in my head. So the burnout thing starts to click in pretty quickly. We'd like to think we can address that with capital investment to help them hire more team, and then very quickly with our operating partner, Glenn Miller, and a bunch of other mythical colleagues, parachuting in to talk about those various issues of which ancillaries to build, which systems and processes to keep the core business humming. So it starts with, are they a leader in the space? Have they built a big fandom? Do they have a distinct and clear voice? Do they play by the rules of intellectual property and other niceties? Are they brand safe? Is the genre in which they operate lucrative? Are there interesting ancillaries to wrap around it? And probably most importantly, do they, in private conversations that even I'm not part of with Red and Link, at the final table, do they want to make this their lifetime? Is this a plan to build a 20-year enterprise? Or something even beyond themselves? That's the real dream for us.
Let's talk about that, right? There's this key person risk in a lot of these talent-driven businesses, right? Rhett and Link being the face, the personality behind Mythical, or Ian and Anthony behind Smosh, and you've kind of evolved that over the years to build more of a cast or rotating talent. How do you address that? How do you build a business that's bigger or lives beyond individual talent?
So the play for us has always been some external investment through our venture fund and also deals like Smosh, but tremendous amount of actual reinvestment of profits into what Red and Link do best, which is help develop other talent on our air. Fortunately, we just make a variety show. We make several actually long-running variety shows that kind of fit into a TV mold where there are bits and pieces that give the stage to other players, including Mythical Chef Josh, who started as a food producer, became an on-air talent, had tremendous charisma, fandom, star power. We sensed he was ready to be a format thinker and create shows that, again, we're looking for pattern matches to television of years past, and we're just making it on YouTube. And so we used the Saturday airtime, which is not a day that GMM releases, to allow Josh to pilot Mythical Kitchen, the series that became Mythical Kitchen. And then we quickly, as that built fame, floated over to a channel that had gone dormant and launched a new business. So it is not easy to replicate those kinds of successes unless you have a lot of shots on goal, a lot of airtime to test these formats. But thinking about star power into formats, that combination has always been pretty potent over the last 75 years of TV history. So just trying to develop it in-house, and where we can't, where the area beyond our expertise, then we'll go do it as an investment externally.
I think it's an interesting question because these 3 businesses all have very different relationships with that key man risk. I mean, the Bucket Squad business is really built around one person, Jesser. And so we are aware of that key man risk, and we know that we want to diversify away from it, protect it for the long term, grow different audiences. At the same time, there's this concern that your audience is here for that person. So it's like Brian said, you can try to diversify away, but it's it's one thing about what's the effort of the business. It's another thing of what's the susceptibility of the audience. And I think that a creator like Jesse, who has grown up with that audience, accumulating around him, there's some real apprehension about trying to diversify away and mess with what's been working. So the truth is that I don't have a great answer as to how, but we're definitely thinking about it. There are a lot of lessons to be learned from the group channel from which Jesse grew. We know it's something that we need to figure out, but exactly how we're going to do it. I mean, to be honest, we look at these models. We look at the Barstool model. We look at and to be honest, I look at the
Donut Media Theorist, right? There's so many examples.
Well, and I was even going to say the Mickey Mouse Club. There are a lot of examples of talent incubation, Saturday Night Live, where there's a lot of lessons to be learned, and how those get applied to YouTube is in open question. How those get applied to this particular creator in this particular vertical for this particular company is a difficult question, and one that we wrestle with.
And for us, we actually have the opposite problem, right? So Jubilee is a really format-driven set of channels, and so we are always looking for how do we bring talent in, how do we grow talent internally in order to protect our IP. So we have actually the opposite problem of you guys, and so I think the YouTube landscape has shifted, and so it is so creator-focused currently, and I think creators are trying to figure out formats for themselves. Is something we talked about yesterday. But for us, it's about how do we start to get talent in our videos so that they are more protectable.
We're doing collabs, which you've done very successfully.
That's right, doing collaborations as well. That's another strategy of ours. So we have the opposite problem of you guys.
Jubilee also has a crystal clear brand. You kind of know it, you see it, like it's recognizable from a very far distance.
Yeah.
Bucket Squad also a very like distinct name. But I'm kind of obsessive about owning the apparatus of all the different surfaces on the web and CTV and like frankly all the social handles, just having everything match up around a particular mononym name. But we have the problem, of course, of having now Rethyn Link, Chef Josh, a bunch of other rising star talent, a Mythical Kitchen, some other properties that don't feature any of them that are kind of, we're testing on the weekends, all under the umbrella of Mythical. And I think having a huge, oppressive, top-down brand has been challenged in the internet industry. You kind of want to have the faces first.
Yep.
In some cases. So thinking about enterprise building, but also truly remaining creator by nature, challenging.
I'll also say on the branding part, like this is the kind of thing that I think that the average creator who builds their own business, like with sweat equity, they're not necessarily bringing like a structured thought process to what the brands mean, how the brands hang together, what's the brand architecture. And so like, I think that's another interesting example of the kind of thing that someone in this role might do or think about or initiate. So it's like, Jesse was smart to know that when he launched an apparel brand, he didn't want it to be like Jesser merch. He wanted it to be a street and sportswear brand, which is called Bucket Squad Apparel, which is like it's a fast-growing, strong business for us, and it's intended to live outside of his name and his identity, which is a diversification away from that key man problem, a very smart thing to have done. But nobody really thought about, well, what does the Bucket Squad Apparel brand mean? What does the Jesser brand mean? What does Bucket Squad as a corporate entity mean? And what is the relationship between these brands? What are the voices, and how do we make them reinforce and accretive to one another without necessarily confusing the consumer. And so that's the type of thing where, it was only until recently when we decided that we wanted to update some of the brand, some of the naming, logo aesthetics, things like that, that we've decided that we're going to hire a former Siegel and Gale brand strategist to do a consulting project for us, and evaluate what the market's perception is on these brands, talk internally to Jesse and other creative stakeholders, and try and synthesize a perspective that says, look, this does not need to be some like overwrought brand architecture strategy, but just at least to be intentional about what you think you're trying to cultivate and how they work together.
Yeah. Which, by the way, even traditional media companies wrestle with, right? People understand Disney or Pixar, those brands stand for something, but a lot of media properties, maybe outside this room, people don't know Harry Potter is Warner Brothers or SpongeBob is Paramount, right? So that gets lost. I want to open it up to the audience. If you have questions, please stand up, raise your hand. We'd love to hear from you. While people are thinking about their questions, one more just to kind of get us going. What advice would you give to a creator if they're thinking about bringing in a president, a COO, someone to help them mature the business?
I'll take this one first.
Sure.
I think my advice would be make sure that your vision for the business and your values align, and that you are bringing in somebody who complements your skill set rather than somebody who does what you do well, right? You want to make sure that you're covering all of your bases, and I think the stage at which you start to bring somebody in is when what you are uniquely good at and how you are spending your time are not actually aligned, and so you don't want to bring in somebody who can already do what what you already do, and so wanting to make sure that you're diversifying your skill set is, at least for the initial hire, I think is an important one.
I would say aim high. I think that the creator world is incredibly popular and hot. It's one of the fastest moving, probably one of the only really healthy lanes of media right now. There are a lot of excellent people from the traditional media business, from the finance world, from the gaming world, who are seeking these kinds of jobs. Get those calls. There's not enough of them. So think big, be prepared to invest a little more perhaps than you originally contemplated, offer upside to the degree you can. and use a recruiter, honestly. If you can afford it, it is so not fruitful, not just to have someone run the sort of backdrop of the process for you, but actually to have a thought partner who's done a lot of these for really big companies, knows the market inside and out, is not afraid to go doggedly after people who they originally resistant to your DMs on LinkedIn or whatever.
Sure.
And also will help you shape up your own vision for what you want. It might, there are many different tracks. As you've heard, we have different backgrounds. I think people who are agents and managers also could be excellent.
Yep.
Lawyers could be excellent, COOs and presidents or whatever else you want to call it. But could be people who came from Web 1.0 could be excellent creator operators. Yeah. But you got to look at the broad canvas and be prepared to spend time with your recruiting partner.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that, and I would also say if anybody out here needs a recommendation to a good recruiter for a role, to hire a role like that, I imagine the two of you both also have good recommendations, but I'm happy to provide recommendations. The other thing I would just add is trust. I think it's like these businesses are someone's baby, and it's like if you were, it's like almost like in some way it's like this job is like childcare. Like you are helping raise someone's baby, and whatever it takes to have that foundation, to have real trust between one another, I think is just critical.
Amazing. Yes, let's hear from you.
Hey, a question without going into details on your own deals. Can you talk a little bit generally about the compensation structure for COOs when you're coming into an established business?
Yeah.
I know there's templates for this in traditional media that's tied to stock price, rating
Mm-hmm.
bonuses. Can you talk a little bit generally about how that works?
Compensation structure for COO president roles, not specifics, but just kind of architecture. What does that look like?
Yeah, I can say for our part, it's base salary, performance bonuses, and then options in the business. That's kind of table stakes for us.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I would say the same thing, but one of the things that I discovered coming into this space is that there are some companies that are structured like tech companies or venture-backed businesses where they have incentive stock options and it's more of a traditional structure. Sometimes you run into a situation where it's a privately owned business, profitable business, different type of corporate structures which maybe don't lend themselves to ISOs, in which case there are equity packages sometimes that have profit interests and other types of equity instruments that operate a little differently.
Makes sense. Other questions? Yes, please, Sean.
Hey, Brian, you recently transitioned from COO to president. Can you talk a little bit about the impetus behind that and the difference in the roles and how you approach it?
Yeah, real quick, Brian's evolution from starting as COO of Mythical to president, and maybe how the roles changed.
Sure, thanks. So we have an excellent sort of producer who came to us from BuzzFeed, actually went off to work for Westbrook running their digital strategy for some time. And then we sort of felt the growing pains of having Stevie, who's the chief creative officer of Mythical, and has been there longer than I have, and is kind of the master of the domain for all matters creative, from design through what happens on air, through the way we articulate ourselves in social media. My closest business partner, we were both feeling like quite a bit of strain in the amount of divisions we had grown and launched, and felt like having a really excellent operator who could come in and mastermind all the production as we grew our, frankly, more shows on air and more of the people practice as we got to over 100 people. That's just a tremendously large job. Didn't allow me all the time I needed to go off and do things that were more outward-facing, press, government relations, some other deal making and door opening. It's kind of how I see the president job being a bit different from COO. That said, they're often linked. Those titles sometimes come together. There's not a ton of exact science around it, but it's been productive to have that on the business card too, just to open certain doors in places we hadn't yet been discovered.
Amazing. We're just about out of time. 30 seconds or less. What are you most excited about for the next 12 months?
We are diversifying away from media as well and into tech. So we've got some really exciting tech products that we are in the process of building, as well as some interesting, on the media side, some interesting collaborations that we will be announcing. So I'm excited about those two.
Awesome.
For us.
Zach?
Launching 8 international languages in the fall, continuing the electric growth of the apparel business, and then spending the second half of the year figuring out what new businesses we want to launch in 2025.
I love it. Brian?
So Red Link published a video on their original OG Red Link channel earlier this year saying, "We're done," attributably a provocative title, maybe sort of alluding to other retirements in the space, but in fact, their message was, we are done effectively trying to shop shows to television. We are in the business of making television as it is. we have the team and profitability and capabilities, thanks to many people who work for at Link, to go make more shows that are televisual nature. Wouldn't be surprised to see them on Max. So big announcement actually coming tomorrow, kind of in that vein, to follow on that promise.
Stay tuned.
So
very exciting.
More television for the internet generation from our shores.
Amazing. Thank you all for being with us. Let's give a warm round of applause to our panelists. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Hello, hello. Thank you so much once again to Brian Flanagan, Zach Miller, Shelly Soriano, and James Creech. Let's give them one more round of applause, everybody. Woo! So in keeping with this theme of adulting in the creator economy, we are going to talk to a creator who has developed now a budding culinary empire, starting off with just one YouTube channel. So I'd like to welcome to the stage Andrew Ray from the Babish Culinary Universe and Kaya Yuriev from The Information.
People. Yeah, this feels greedy, but okay, yeah. Hello.
How's everyone doing? Good? First day?
Sounds good, yeah.
So Andrew, take us back to the beginning. First YouTube video. What were you doing before this and how,
So I was in visual effects, doing just cleanup for commercials, and it was very creatively stimmying. I was just not, having fun or doing anything. I was very sort of in a box. And I needed a new creative outlet, and I was going to therapy and getting the help that I needed there, and getting the bandwidth and energy to try something new. And it was all very, just like any YouTuber will tell you about their career, it feels very accidental, like you just uploaded something and it people take to it or they don't. And luckily people, I think the first episode got like 15,000 views or something like that, and that was.
And what was it? What was the video?
It was the Parks and Rec burger cook-off between Ron and Chris, this crazy turkey burger that Chris dreamed up. And I just happened to be in my kitchen. I was setting up my camera and some lights, and I was background watching Parks and Rec, and I was like, well, I wonder what that would taste like. It was a very arbitrary decision, and it's built my entire career.
What year was that?
That was 2016.
Okay.
Yep.
So how do you go from that to then building this into a full-time career? Because I'm not saying it's easy to go viral, but it's easy to kind of put something out there, see some success. It's much harder to then actually turn that into a business.
It's way easier now, especially with TikTok, you can find such immediate, astounding success out of seemingly nowhere, and it was rarer back then. And I was very, very lucky that it all happened very linearly. As I made things, I would get more and more viewership, sometimes at crazy rates that I'm still extremely grateful for. And I quit my job once I was making more money on YouTube. I didn't have to take much of a leap, luckily. That was very.
How long did that take?
About a year. Well, actually more than that, because I didn't really monetize the channel at all for a year. It was just meant to be a creative outlet or something to springboard me into a different job. I don't know. And I never imagined that it would become my job. So.
I think one thing that creators run into is like when you hire a team, who you hire, how big is your team now, and how did you make those decisions to who you needed to hire?
Slowly. We're a team of 9 now, including myself, which is cozy in my Brooklyn basement. We're tight. And very, very slowly, we've hired those people over the course of the past 5 years. And just making sure that, first and foremost, they're a great fit for our corporate culture, for lack of a better word. We just want people that we're just as comfortable hanging out with as we are working with. So the vibes are first and foremost. Yeah. And also, learning to, we've had to let people go in the past, so learning from those experiences and letting them guide our hands. We never really went to business school, Sawyer and I. Sawyer's my business partner over there. So our business school has been making mistakes and learning from them as we go along.
What do you think are the most critical roles that creators need, or does it depend on their content?
It really depends on their content. For me, it was a culinary producer, somebody who could do recipe research and grocery shopping and stuff like that. I doubt that, you know, a news TikToker would need something like that.
Yeah.
Anything that increases your bandwidth, the things that you don't need to be doing to channel your creativity, more banal or procedural kind of tasks. Any way that you can delegate those to somebody that you trust is invaluable. And aligning yourself with your friends and people that you feel close to and trust, and especially initially, is very important.
And you've expanded. You have a cookware line. You have cookbooks. What does your business look like? Like, what are the biggest revenue drivers? Is it brand partnerships? Is it the cookware?
Right now, we're like 50-50 brand partnerships and AdSense. Those are our biggest drivers. The cookware definitely generates some revenue, but not that much. It's more about wanting to perpetuate the brand into the real world and giving, you know, people value through high quality tools at a reasonable price. Just having the real life, tangible examples of the brand out in the world.
Do you want that mix to be different? Are you happy with it being mostly brand partnerships and AdSense?
I'll take money wherever it comes from. It's fine. But it would be very cool because it would be a little bit more passive. But I really like how hands-on we are with the majority of where our revenue comes from. We really need to be engaged with it and curious and open and willing to try new things at all times.
So one of your new upcoming ventures is Bed and Babish.
Yes.
So I want to hear about that. So it's an Airbnb-like rental experience, and tell us about it.
Most I can tell you right now is don't build, ever. Just don't build a house. Don't do it. It's not worth it. Because
what have you run into, like permitting issues?
Yeah, it was mostly the same old story that I heard adults talk about when I was younger. I was like, this sounds like they're complaining over nothing. And
Where is it?
It's in just north of the Hudson Valley near Woodstock, near where Woodstock took place, in a place called Narrowsburg. It's right on the Delaware River. It's got a beautiful view, and it is.
So you bought the land and built from scratch?
Yes. Okay. Something that I've never done before and won't ever do again. And
so we're not seeing a fleet of Airbnbs from you.
Oh no! I hope we do. I would love to make that into a brand of Airbnbs. Like, I would love to work with existing Airbnb owners to spruce up, especially the culinary aspect of their property. So, like, loading it up with all the Babish cookware, making sure all the knives are sharp. Just creating a sort of like standard, because with Airbnb, it is very hit or miss. I have had I'd say a 40% success rate with my experiences renting Airbnbs, and I'd say a 0% success rate in the kitchen. Usually there's one knife that is duller than a butter knife, and there's one, non-stick pot that, even if it's a beautiful kitchen, it's completely under-equipped. So I wanted to make something for people who want to cook while they're on vacation, because if you go to a little cabin in the woods, that's what you want to do. You want to get some stewing low and slow all day, fill the house with the smells. That's what I want to make.
So you're going to have recipes? You're going to, what's going to be there?
There's going to be a la carte options to have the fridge stocked with all the groceries you need to make, recipe cards, things like that. A la carte options for, having different kits ready for making cocktails. There's also going to be a secret room.
Okay.
That I'm very excited about.
What's in there?
To have a secret room. It's going to be a theater. There's no TV in the bedrooms or in the living room or anything like that, because I want it to be a very, sort of natural experience. So to go watch anything, you have to be very intentional about it. You got to go in this special secret room. Okay. And it's going to also have all these TV shows, movies, video games in their original formats. So I want to have, Seinfeld on VHS, Gladiator on DVD, just of the era that it came from, so you can really have that kind of like nostalgic experience.
Do you know where you'll list? Are you going to work with Airbnb or VRBO?
I'd love to work with Airbnb. We want to list with somebody who's going to work with us. So we're not quite there yet. We got to get furniture in it first, so we can like take pictures of it and stuff.
Right. When do you think it'll be ready?
I mean, we're shooting for August.
Okay.
It's We've been shooting for 2 months from now for like 8 months. So
Okay, so
we'll see how it goes. But yeah.
So what else is next for you? What ventures are?
Well, I have a little gift for you. This is something that I'm announcing here for the
Okay.
first time.
Exciting.
This is THC infused sugar.
Oh, okay. All right, we got some.
Yeah, no. That everybody just looked
Wait,
up on their
everyone
phones.
wants
That was
one.
cool.
Look.
So this is something I've been wanting to do for a very long time. It is so you can make homemade, precise dosed edibles. Literally last night, I was a walking commercial for this because a friend of mine gave me an edible that they said was 10 milligrams. Most I've ever done is 50, and this was 100. So I'm very surprised I'm even sitting here right now.
Well, thank you for being here.
I was in rough shape last night. So this is to make sure that you are getting exactly the amount that you set out to eat.
So for the uninitiated who have never done edibles, what happens?
I really want this to be for newcomers mostly. It's great for people who are experienced with cannabis, but this is really particularly good for newcomers because you can put it in something without tasting it, and it is also micronized, so it kicks in 15 minutes. Instead of 2 to 8 hours, however normal edibles take to kick in, and there's 100 milligrams in this little jar. So you add that to your brownie recipe, cut it into 9. That's 11.5 milligrams per brownie. So you know exactly how much you're getting. It's evenly disseminated throughout whatever you're making, and it kicks in quickly. It's very safe. Like all these things make it safe, predictable, and controllable.
It's recreational, or?
Yes. So this is going to be in dispensaries starting in New York and Arizona. We will be expanding to California as soon as we can. But it's complicated. Everything has to be made in the state that it's being sold in. So we're working with Old Pal, which is the same people who did Seth Rogen's Houseplant. So it's really high quality, very curated stuff. I'd love for you to have the
Oh
first
my gosh,
jar.
thank you. Should I try it on stage? No, just kidding. What made you want to go into cannabis?
I like cannabis. I've used it. I tend not to say medicinally. It is obviously a medicinal product for a lot of people, but for me, it's more therapeutic than medicinal. Something to help with my anxiety and also just giving me a different perspective. It lets me sort of take a step back and look at things through a different lens, which especially when I'm editing, little small tasks like that can be very valuable, but also, when making big decisions or facing big issues, like it's been a very helpful tool for me over the years.
What's the pricing going to be? Do you have pricing yet?
Well, how much is it going to cost, Jake? 25, 30 bucks, something like that. Okay. Yeah, so it's going to be pretty standardized based on what edibles cost for 100. Usually they sell it by total milligrams, so it's going to be comparable to that.
What have you learned from the process in terms of like regulations and?
Very little. Luckily, Old Pal's taking care of a lot of that stuff. So, but yeah, just the slow rollout, and we're also very much hoping to, or we have a Delta 9 variant in production or in development, which is that's legal to sell DTC, so we can sell that online and you can get it shipped straight to your house.
What else is coming? What else is in the works? You're working on a script.
Yes, okay. I came up with a script idea about 10 years ago. It is not about food whatsoever. It's there'll be food in it, because my biggest dream now that I do Binging with Babish is to make a movie and then be able to make an episode of Binging where I make the food from the movie that I made. Like that's a
so meta.
that's a dream. But it's a kind of a complicated plot, so I don't want to dominate the stage time with that. But it's sort of in the vein of Everything Everywhere All at Once. It's very heady and I hope spiritual in some ways. Like it's about an entity, a consciousness that has no body or identity of its own. It wakes up as somebody new every day, and it's about what happens when that entity falls in love with somebody. So it's pretty out there, but I'm very excited to try to make a short out of it. I've adapted it down to one scene of it down to a 30-page or 25-page script, and I'm hoping to produce that by the end of the year.
You sort of alluded to this at the top, but the creator economy has changed a lot since you started. Easier than ever to get a lot of views, but I think harder than ever to build true audience loyalty and
Yeah.
sustain that. So how do you think about kind of where the stage we're at in the creator economy right now? Obviously fueled very much by the rise of short form video.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, it's very easy to gain viewership, but not a robust community and a following. People might subscribe to you, but there's less engagement, there's less of that. And this is a dirty, people use this as a dirty word. I think it's a nice word, parasocial relationship, because it is a relationship I have with my audience. They feel as, we feel as though we're connected with each other, because we are. I'm listening to them, I'm hearing their ideas and their feedback, and they're hearing what I have to say. Yeah, especially now that you're able to suddenly get 10 million views overnight on vertical video and not really build a robust following from that, it's especially tricky because it creates the same beast that you need to feed. This thing where, like, you know, okay, I got to capitalize on this. I got to make as much content, put it out as consistently and as often as possible, without the same financial or long-term incentives. That it's really more about the intoxication of that viewership. That, like, I made, like I was saying, I didn't monetize the channel for the first year. And it was largely because the viewership was enough for me. It was stunning that this many people were watching my videos, and so I understand getting caught in that right now. Like that's a trap, a snare that you can really end up spinning out pretty hard if you get too caught up in it. So I really urge people to be taking care of themselves and checking in on their mental health, especially if you're a creator getting started right now, because it can sneak up on you.
I think follower counts have become very devalued. Social Blade pulled some analytics for me. More than 40,000 accounts on TikTok have more than 1 million followers, which is just a staggering number to think about.
Yeah.
So how do you stand out now? Like, what is the path to success now? And is there a way to use short form video to your advantage and turn that into something sustainable? Like,
that's a very difficult question to answer, because ideally, if I were starting out and if I found success in short form, I'd want to parlay into long form. And
is that easy to do now? I mean, YouTube is really, at least externally, saying that they're trying to make it easier to go from shorts to long form.
It seems like the audience on YouTube, shorts and long form, is entirely bifurcated. We used to post our shorts on a separate channel because we didn't want to bore people with, you know, reposting the same content. If we were making a cut down of a longer video, we didn't want to be like, okay, here it is again, but shorter. But as it turned out, the people who were watching our shorts were entirely divorced from our main audience. Like, they're just people who are flipping through shorts. Makes sense. So now we just post those on the main channel because we found that it does not bother anybody that is
so
coming
it's
up
two different audiences.
source. It seems that way, at least for us. It seems like it's two totally different audiences. And to bridge that gap is extremely difficult. I know some people who have done it, but it's almost as if they started from scratch, not just you know, starting with 0 subscribers if they're going from TikTok to YouTube, but they had to make content that stood on its own 2 feet. Moving an audience from one platform to another, even from YouTube Shorts to YouTube long form, is a really steep hill to climb, and I don't envy it. I wish I had better advice, because I genuinely don't know how I would do it if I were in that position right now.
How have you balanced it as someone who's done long form? I mean, suddenly all this attention is on shorts. I mean, obviously you're creating shorts, but is that, you know, how much of your time are you spending on short form?
It changes every week, because as you can see from the amount of gray in my beard, I'm an old man. So, and I went to film school. I like things wide.
Yeah.
Like, I just recently put out a video on the channel that was the worst performing video of all time. That was shot 235. It was like truly CinemaScope, ultra wide, and it's because I want to make something cinematic. And but at the same time, I do feel inclined to try to do something new in the space, something high fidelity. Like, I kind of want to try that series again, but this time shooting it vertical, because I want to make something that's extremely beautiful on vertical, which is out there. It doesn't not exist, but like, So some weeks I'm not touching it. Like I tend not to really watch any videos online because I don't want to rip anybody off by accident. So I've like almost stopped, with the exception of a few entirely not food-related channels. Yeah, it changes every week for me. Luckily, when we've hired some people, we've hired people who specialize in shorts. So they're here capturing content about us shooting behind the scenes and little dance videos and stuff like that. TikTok, the usual TikTok stuff. I've had to outsource that because it doesn't exist in this old brain of mine.
Do you think short form's here to stay, or do you think we'll see a boomerang back to longer?
Everything's cyclical. I think that, yeah, we might boomerang back to longer, but it's here to stay for sure. It is a new format. It's a new art form, basically. And its popularity might wane. I like the idea of things going back to long form. I like the fact that on YouTube it seems like the age of excess, people are tuning in more to their comfort channels. The top post on Reddit, on Ask Reddit right now, is what is your comfort YouTube channel? I wasn't looking to see if my name was on there, no.
Was it?
I didn't look, actually. I'm going to look after this. It seems like, every time we have this sort of big explosion of a trend or of style of video, there tends to be a regression afterwards, and it's natural. It's going to happen without anybody's volition. And it's going to swing back the other way, I'm sure. Yeah. And it seems like every 6 or 7 years, it just kind of undulates.
All right, well, we're in a hype cycle around AI. Have you used any AI tools? Is there anything that's wowing you, or is it all crap?
I made the mistake of posting like one AI image. I got so much hell for it. My nephew for Christmas, he's 10. He went on ChatGPT and he said, make a coloring book page of my uncle Babish fighting a stalk of cilantro, because I hate cilantro. So so he typed that in and colored it in and gave it to me as a present for Christmas, and I loved it. And I posted it on Instagram because I thought it was funny because I'm fighting cilantro. And all the top comments were like, hire an artist, which if I were making something myself or to promote something, I totally understand. But this was a 10-year-old kid who made something funny for Christmas. I tend to stay away from it entirely because there is so much hatred around it. I think it is utterly inevitable. It's scary because I don't have to tell, parrot all the reasons why it's scary. None of us are safe, and it's going to displace an incredible amount of labor within our lifetimes. But it's also utterly unstoppable. We should pass great regulation and pay as much attention to it as we can and try to control and keep it a tool as much as we can, but it's also completely unstoppable. This is a societal change that's out of our hands. So I'm staying away from it because I like making things myself still, but it's coming.
What's your biggest concern? Is it the job losses? Is it how it can impact the creative process?
Societally, it's the job losses that scares the hell out of me. The number of people that drive trucks and livery cars and all these things that are in the next 10 years are going to be displaced, and that's just one very, very small sector. Just from a societal viewpoint, that scares the shit out of me. But I also have a lot of faith that we, as human beings, are going to usher it into the world as eventually a very good thing. I really believe that. I don't know what shape that's going to take, but.
Yeah. In terms of kind of creator economy jobs, I mean, do you think creators will need less video editors, or are there certain areas of the creator economy that you think it will impact the most?
I mean, I don't think there's certain areas so much as every area, absolutely. It seems like very soon, I think this already exists, I'm sure it's terrible, but there's like a streaming service where you type in what you want to watch and it just makes it. I'm sure it's a joke right now, but in 5-10 years, it's going to be, I want to watch this movie.
And so hyper-personalized.
Yeah, and big blockbuster movies where the hero's driving a Mercedes or a BMW, depending on your specific, advertising metrics. It's terrifying to think what people are going to be able to do. But like you said, it is a democratizing tool. If it makes content creation more accessible to more people, it's the same as having a really high quality camera and a cell phone. It's something that democratizes content creation, which fearing that is being a gatekeeper. So I don't want to do that.
Just to kind of wrap up, we're in the last few moments here, but what do you see, in 10 years for your business? I mean, do you want to be a creator for the next 10, 15 years? Do you have like an exit plan for your business? Do you want to just sit back and make money from the cannabis brand? Like, what are your longer term goals?
The last one sounds nice, but no, like I said, I went to film school. I've always, we didn't call it content creation back then. We called it being a director or something. But like, that has always been and continues to be my aspiration. I always do want to be a content creator. In what arena? I don't know, because I'm really excited and happy and grateful that the YouTube channel performs the way that it does. But I want to make a movie very, very badly, and that has become my new North Star. Especially before you can type in a sentence and make a movie like that, I want to make one the old-fashioned way. So I'm doing everything I can right now to make that a reality. And wherever I think I'm going to end up in 10 years is not where I'm going to end up. So I tend not to posit too much about it because I'm going to roll with whatever comes next.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you, Andrew.
Guys.
Just for our last session of this morning, continuing on the theme of adulting in the creator economy, we're going to talk to a bunch of different creators that are kind of exemplifying this broadening spectrum of what it means to be a creator and the different opportunities and kind of multifaceted businesses that can result because of that. We'll hear from creators who've crossed into more traditional environments, as well as the people who hire and work with them, about what it takes to thrive in a world where creator skill sets are hugely valuable to multiple industries. So I'd like to welcome to the stage Sophia Jameson, Matt Story, Peter Hollins, Patrick Stevenson, who are here to talk with VidCon featured creator V of Under the Desk News. Come on up. Thank you so much.
Nobody's here.
Hi, friends.
I think this is fun couch.
How's everybody's VidCon going so far? Day one. Woo! Pretty good. All right, well, we only have 25 minutes, so I'm going to save you all long introductions. We are people who are here to give you information that you can take away to be a better creator. If you want to follow us afterwards, please do. We'll answer any more questions you have. But the goal of this is not necessarily for you to get to know us, but for us to give you everything we possibly can to make that ticket that you purchased entirely worth it. Sound fair? We'll do it. Okay, great. So today we're going to be talking about how we can professionalize the industry and the importance of recognizing creators in the creator industry as a multi-billion-dollar industry. So starting off, Peter, how should I, as a creator, go about valuing myself when working with a brand as an outside consultant?
Oh, wow, that's heavy. I mean, I think in general, valuing yourself is based upon your lived experiences as a creator, what you're able to provide to them, and depending upon where you are in your career. So if you're looking at a consulting gig or an advising gig, I always recommend trying to get a little bit of equity so that you have a long-term value with the company. So whatever hourly wage you are looking for, and then getting a little bit of equity and asking for what you're worth.
Well, how do you figure that out, though? Like, how do you start to say, my hourly wage is what?
Yeah, I think that really goes back to like the time, money aspect of like your content workflow, right? Like how much are you worth at like your best, and then asking for usually double that, because you usually have to negotiate everything. And then if you really believe in the company you're working at, always asking to get on the cap table, I think is really, really important. Which is, I think, a win-win for the brand too, because then you have somebody that's an evangelist long term.
And when you're asking for equity, we've all watched Shark Tank, and we're like, I would like 30% for $350,000. Like, what are you asking for? I mean, because I personally would like to know. Is it like 1%? Do you say I want 2%? what's the language that we need to learn, or where could we find more information about learning that language?
Yeah, it is a very complex topic, especially when you're dealing with advisory roles. Consulting gigs are all over the place, and it depends upon the company, what they're valued at, what you're doing for them. I mean, obviously, you always want to ask for the most you possibly can, but usually the company has set aside a certain amount of percentage. They give you a certain amount of bips, and then there's like a 2 to 4 year cliff, depending upon how long you're working with them. But it is very complex, but I know a lot of companies that are like on the precipice of launching, like providing a Carta for creators and brands that should be able to seamlessly take care of legal admin for both the brand and the creators, and that should be coming out this year, so I'm really excited about that.
That sounds pretty good.
Yeah.
Sophie, you've been the Chief TikTok Officer at Nerf. You're now a strategist at Made by Gather. What's a day in the life like for someone who is a TikToker in chief? Like, that's a dream.
Yeah, I mean, it's fantastic, but I'm not gonna lie. You know, it's everything from content ideation to posting, calendar management, and then the really exciting side for me is that it's also this professional business aspect of managing everything that touches that social account. So that's community management, influencer management, PR packages, on-the-ground activations, on-the-ground content capture, and just learning every day is a really special thing that comes with the territory.
Now, did you find that job on Indeed, or did you have to write that up and like sell it to them?
Yeah, definitely write it up and sell it to them. If you're a creator out there right now, you are doing what they need. You are building a community, which is exactly what brands need to do to be successful on social. It's going to become table stakes. So if you're already doing it, you need to play the offense. Go to a brand. So for example, I had 2 million followers posting Nerf Blaster content. I said, I'm already doing what you need to be doing, so why don't you just let me do it for you? And then it ended up being a great symbiotic relationship where everybody won.
So for folks who are taking notes or voice recording this, can you just say, how would you structure a resume to present to a company? So like for Nerf, you said, I'm gonna do content capture, I'm gonna do influencer management. What are those job responsibilities?
Yeah, play the offense. You are telling them a position that they don't even know that they need, but they need it to be successful. It is going to become a role in the very near future that we do possibly see on Indeed. So when you're building out that resume, you have to go in and know that your value that you're bringing to them is worthwhile. That 2 million followers on TikTok is proof that you know what you're doing and it's expertise. And in my opinion, it's equivalent to 5 years doing marketing at a different company. It's equivalent to a bachelor's degree in marketing. I graduated college last year. I have not applied a single thing that I learned in college. I have applied everything that I was self-taught from TikTok. So you need to go in and be as confident as possible and know that you've already accomplished what you need to do to get that foot in the door.
And then you're essentially training these folks who are in industries to say, hey, you may not be aware of this, but managing creators is a very difficult job. If you want to expand and scale out the efficacy of having more Nerf Blaster folks out there, I'm the person who knows how to source that talent, who knows how to price that talent. Are you putting that all in the job description, all in the cover letter you're sending?
Absolutely, yeah. You have to hit every single facet that you can, and it all goes back to community, and you understand this community in and out. That's how you've built it to X amount of followers. So you have to say, I understand these people on like a psychological and emotional level, so I know how to market and advertise towards them, probably better than anyone on your marketing team because I'm just so ingrained. It also helped I was a massive fan of the product. And I think that's a really special thing right now. All of you could do this, is find a product that you're a big fan of that isn't really popping on social media right now and go do it, prove to them that you can do it, and then show them that. Show them the proof in the pudding, make yourself a valuable asset to their company.
Now, brands are, of course, going to want to know what the return on investment is. So you tell them, this is what I think I'm owed in terms of salary and benefits, and this is what my work schedule is going to look like. How do you quantify for a brand what the ROI would be?
Yeah, it's a super tough metric. You know, it's going to depend on what you want to bring to them. So it all comes back to that community. So engagement rate is a really critical ROI that we use just to measure value of the content that we're producing. If the community is engaged, it means that they're appreciating the content we're putting out, possibly purchasing that product in store. I think that that's the biggest one. Vanity metrics don't really matter that much. You could have 100 really passionate followers. That's more valuable than 1,000 passive followers. So really prioritizing that engaged community that's continuing to post content about your product outside, creating UGC content and just building that community.
Yeah, so don't accept the affiliate deal on this. If you present to them and you say, I want to come in-house and really build this up for you, and this is where my value is, and they say, we'll give you an affiliate link to prove it, you've already proved it. You've already shown that you're an expert in this space, and it is okay to push back on these things.
Yeah, this is a six-figure position.
Yeah.
It needs to be, and it's going to only continue to grow. So you need to understand your value and bring it to the company.
Now, Patrick, I'm going to skip over you, even though you're next in line, and go to Matt to keep the continuum of talking about working with brands. Matt is the Vice President of Global Brand Partnerships at Visa. And you have an idea that creators should be taken in-house for major brands, and especially for something like Visa, a very deeply serious financial brand. What is the value of having a TikToker on staff?
Well, I agree with everything that Sophie said, because I think you have to think about what is the value of the experience you have in addition to what's in the degree, what's in, whatever prerequisite courses you may have done. And I think when you're a brand that's trying to reach communities on these platforms, you need people that are naturally spending time on the platform. So by having people that are organically in that environment, it helps us be smarter about what are the investments we're making, what are the campaigns we're doing, what are the partnerships we're setting up. So it gives us a leg up if we internally have that expertise versus traditionally relying on an external agency or an external person that doesn't quite understand the internal workings of our business to do that work for us.
I have to tell you, it gave me a lot of fuzzy, warm feelings to know that Visa values creators, because so often we think, oh, the fashion brands or the makeup brands or the fun brands, the entertainment, they get us. But when it comes to like the serious bankers on Wall Street, they don't have respect for us, right? But you guys do, and I think that's so important. A thing that a lot of creators worry about is being brand safe for an institution like Visa, right? What does being brand safe mean to you?
Well, I think it's impossible to make yourself brand safe because every brand's going to have a different, let's call it, line that you're running up against. I think what you have to do is flip it and think about what brands are creator safe. And when you find a brand that's actually creator safe, that's actually thought about what's the relationship they want to have with you, what is the investment they have in your actual business, your actual communities you're building, that's where you find the right alignment, because ultimately we as a brand are trying to connect with people over shared passions. There's nobody that knows how to do that better than creators. So you're bringing that expertise to a brand. You need to understand that they are also going to be safe with what is it going to take to continue to build your business. And so I think if you can find that synergy, you will end up finding where is quote unquote brand safe. But I think if you go in trying to say, okay, how do I scrub my feed or how do I scrub my videos to be relevant to brand X or brand Y, that's constantly going to be a moving thing. That's going to vary depending on industry, depending on experience, depending on who's actually picking up the phone at the brand. Because I may say, I'm comfortable with you saying this word, but my legal department may say something completely different. So I think it's kind of a hard mark to hit. So you need to find those brands that ultimately are creator safe.
Something else I'm wondering from your side of things is what will happen if brands decide that they're going to wait it out and see if this creator thing is a fad? Where will those brands end up?
I mean, ultimately, if you wait it out, you're going to compete with the creators. And I don't know that's a game you want to do long term, because what creators are able to do that brands aren't is to be able to connect one-to-one. They're able to understand their audience. They're able to build compelling content that communities that all of us are trying to reach want to engage with. So if I had a choice of partnering or competing, I'm going to pick partner.
Learn from the news industry, right? They thought that this was such a joke, and then Pew Research said 1 in 3 people get their news on TikTok or from YouTube and creators, and so now they're of course playing catch up on that side. What would a successful cold pitch to you look like? What would it have to include?
So I think the one thing that we sometimes get across our desk is no one's expecting you to understand the brand's business more than the brand. So don't try to compete with them on their business of, oh, I know what Visa's going after. I read your latest investor report. I know this. Like, you're going to lose there because that's our expertise. I think where you can be compelling is understanding the audience we're going after better than we can, because you're having those daily, those regular interactions to understand where are things going, that you're on a much more cutting edge than anyone sitting within the walls of a brand. So I would say that's first and foremost. I would also say elevating what's important to you. What are your values? What is the things that really resonate with your audience that are non-negotiables? And I think when you start there, we can get to a fast no or a fast yes versus what tends to happen is you get to a slow maybe. And you spend all this time doing, responding to briefs, responding to RFPs, and then ultimately they may pass or not because you weren't upfront with, hey, This is not negotiable. This is a value for me, and getting that out of the way up front, I think saves time for the brand. It also saves time for the creator.
That's really helpful. Thank you. Next, we have Patrick Stevenson, the Deputy Assistant to the President of the United States. Are you supposed to be here? Isn't he debating tonight?
That's on the campaign side.
That's on the campaign side, totally separate. Patrick is also a senior advisor for digital strategy at the White House. And we know that we have industry, private industry, and then we have a lot of folks who are activists and working in the political space. Wondering from you, now that Mitt Romney and the Citizens United ruling has said that when it comes to politics, corporations are people too. How does the White House treat partnerships with creators differently than partnerships with traditional organizations like, say, the Plumbers and Pipe Fitters Union or Google?
Yeah, I think the whole thing and a through line of what everyone's saying in this panel is just trust building is really important. I think the ultimate goal for how we treat creators as opposed to a labor union or industry or an advocacy group is we don't want to treat those people differently. But the people that have been doing liaising with labor unions at the White House, the guy who's in charge of that is 55 years old, and there was someone who did that job before him back in like 1940. So there's just like an extended legacy of this. We just started really engaging creators under the Biden administration, really for the first time in a substantive, dedicated way. So we are just really trying to figure this out. And I think an important thing for everyone to remember is if you're having a conversation with us, the government, or I think a brand, it's because people are approaching it and wanting to try to figure out what works for people in good faith. And I think just like recognizing that and just being able to explain to people, hey, here's what I'd actually really want out of this, and here's the context in which I feel like I want you to have a relationship with me is very helpful for fostering that.
Jen Psaki was one of the first press secretaries, of course, under Biden to invite creators in, myself being one of them, to get a briefing on Ukraine, which was quite serious. What was the risk-benefit analysis conversation like, both in how that was going to piss off trad media, who are used to having those seats, and just having to kind of blindly trust creators to take that message seriously and be able to communicate effectively?
Yeah, I mean, it's a calculated risk. Right? And at a certain point, I think the reason this exists is the risk, the reward starts outweighing the risk of doing this whole thing. And I think that's like very clearly where the creator industry is at this point, which is really great and really important. I think one of the, you're talking about that's a press secretary briefing people on a war, right? That's a thing the White House has done for hundreds of years, literally, is talk to press about national security issues. I think one of the real complexities of creators is you can't treat creators like press because they're not a monolith, right? But you still want creators to have a seat at the table on issues like this. So that's a circumstance where it's like we're going to treat creators as if they are journalists and take a shot at that. And I think as we really continue to understand the creator space better and get to know people better and like really form relationships, we're able to make like distinctions between like this creator really is a journalist and we should treat them like a journalist versus this creator is really an advocate and we should treat them how we treat advocacy groups, and then just find all the gradations in there. And I think that's just like, that's an enormously complex thing to figure out just because of how non-monolithic creators are.
How do you think politics has benefited from bringing in these average folks who are creators with audiences that really value their point of view without exploiting them or over scripting them? How do you think it's benefiting politics and the American experience?
Yeah, it's a great question. There are 330 million people in America. If you ever come to the White House is actually like a lot smaller than you think it is because it was really built for a country that had 60 million people in it. And like just doing public engagement with 330 million people is a lot fundamentally different than doing engagement with 60 million people. And I think the thing that I certainly most value about working with creators is creators just like fully have their finger on the pulse of what their audience wants, feels, believes, and needs. And like that's just like when you're running a representative democracy, which we are doing for the moment, we're trying to. It's an enormously valuable way to hear from people and their audiences about like, oh, my audience thinks this about this issue.
And I've found, as I've been in these meetings, that you guys really do listen, and I really appreciate that, because that certainly takes time away from the busy schedule of someone like a John Kirby, let's say, to sit on the couch with me in the red room for 20 minutes and listen to me cry about TikTok, right? But they're doing it, and that's important. How could somebody who wants to get into the activist or the journalism space, covers politics, reach out to you to be considered?
We're around. My colleagues over here, Mary and Morgan, also work on partnership engagement in the front row. So yeah, come find us. We'll chat.
You're literally around here. There's a lounge that you can meet you in.
Yeah. So give us a shout. We also try to foster a lot of relationships with talent management agencies, just because just finding the right person to talk to the right administration official at the right time is pretty complicated. But like by working with talent partners who are really able to figure out like who we are, what we do, and how creators really plug in very well, like we've been able to foster a number of successful creator engagements that way.
Yeah, Olivia Rodrigo and the aviator sunglasses.
Right.
Back to the industry and creators outside the political world, although everything we do is political, really. Sophie, you had said something about creator clout could be respected like a bachelor's degree or other professional credit. Talk more about that, because I feel like half the audience cheered and half of them were a little disturbed by that thought.
Absolutely, yeah. I know it's very intimidating. We have to rethink what we've always considered and held so high and close to us, which has always been college degrees and college education. I'm not hating on college. I still think it's a great thing to do. I pursued my bachelor's even though I was already working at NERF. But the actual experience of executing something and gaining 1 million followers, I think there's just literally nothing that can compare to that in a classroom setting. You can't teach someone how, no matter what, you're gonna hear probably 50 panels this week, how to become TikTok famous. Right. You can teach as much as you want, but that consistency, that effort, and that passion can only be found through the experience. And those are the people that brands want to hire, the ones that have proven that they can stick out the hate comments, they can stick it out when they're not getting many views, they can continue to grow, adapt, create their content around what is performing well. Yeah, absolutely.
I'm going to keep that. I'm going to put that in my resume.
You need to.
3 million followers is basically a doctorate, right? Peter, I missed introducing you in the beginning. Peter is the founder of Creator Education and In-House Creators, also a very good singer. My question for you is, so often we look at money that's offered to creators and it looks like good money, but some of that money could be very expensive money. It could cost the creator other opportunities. Can you talk about how you look at a brand deal or an opportunity and decide if that is good money or expensive money?
Sure. Well, first and foremost, I detest brand deals. I'd say no to all of them. I'd try to like quadruple the budget so that they'd say no, and then if they say yes, I'm like, okay. Because so often it's absolutely better for us to be building our own empires, our own CPG companies, so that we can compete, and then eventually, if we want to sell to private equity, that's very important. I would recommend, if you can get away with not having to count on brand deals in your P&L, to absolutely do so. I personally put all my eggs in the Patreon basket, and I had brand deals coming every month from people who loved me the most, and that was extraordinarily important for the last 11 years on Patreon. But can I please, wait, I have to do this. Okay. It's so important that we redefine what a resume is working with corporations. Oh, yeah, go ahead. Like we have to like rethink what it really means to be a creator, how the fact that we are community builders, storytellers, that the new CMOs in the future are going to be creators. And currently it's very, very difficult at corporations to even get them to think about us as more than just influence and distribution, and I care so passionately about allowing us as creators to be able to be seen after our inning of being in front of the camera, what happens in the second, third, and fourth inning, and to your point, it's so valuable.
Can I say, on my resume, I put my title as professional storyteller.
Valuable.
That makes a ton of sense, and Peter, I feel like you're getting at the idea of a lot of people are going to start as a creator. They're going to learn how to interact with a brand through a brand deal, but there is a point where you switch from being an influencer or a creator or a brand guy to being an industry leader and professional. What does that switch look like? What is something you wish you knew about the creator journey and when it's time to treat it like a full-time business?
Yeah. I didn't learn that until I started getting taken advantage of. And so like the first time that happened with certain MCN or certain large corporations that may or may not look like rodents, that taught me to then be like, well, this is unfair, and I'm going to figure out how to do this better. And then thus I started like evangelizing the educational aspects of what I didn't learn during my opera degree at the University of Oregon. And that it's so important for us to teach our peers that we are truly building the digital media companies of the future in which we can create CPG companies and SaaS companies based off of the influence and distribution we have. And when we work at companies, not only are we helping do comms external, but internal, helping the retention of it, helping foster that company to create a production room in those empty towers. Sorry, backstage we were talking about companies. Nobody wants to work at a company anymore. But if you had the ability to record content at it and it was fun, and like let's say the creators in residence are interviewing the C-suite in a podcast way, that even if it's only for internal base, like that's so vital. Like we need to be able to just create content that's real. Transparent.
Can I build on that? Because I think the one thing you have to think about is, and I like the idea of rethinking a resume and rethinking what you actually title yourself as, because it's very easy to walk in a room and credential yourself based on what school you went to, what company you worked at, et cetera. But that's not really who you are. And really thinking about, again, I've spent all of my career in corporate. I used to think of myself as there's a corporate me and there's a home me. The minute I was able to merge those, that's when I tapped into my superpowers. And that's where I'm able to show up and say, not only can I run a marketing team and help you develop an integrated marketing plan, but I actually have a podcast. And let me tell you what goes into creating a podcast. Let me tell you why we should be getting into podcasts. Let me tell you what's happening there. And if you're already starting with that, coming out of school, you're already starting that, doing it as a side hustle, that's gonna take you, if you decide to go the corporate route, even faster and further, because you have a skill set that is not necessarily tied to a job description, which everyone needs. And so just reframing and thinking about what are the full transferable skills you have that then can allow you to show up as being more than just a product manager, a program manager, or what have you.
For our last question, I want to ask each of you to answer, what are the things that a creator needs to do to have longevity in this industry? So often people can get burnt out so quickly because you're putting your whole self vulnerably on display for consumption. Maybe each person, what's your advice to creators to have a long, successful, peaceful career? Starting with Matt.
The thing I would tell everyone is to always evolve your storytelling capabilities. So the platforms are going to change, the systems are going to change, the environment's going to change, but if you're able to communicate your story in an effective way, whether it's an elevator ride, it's a video, it's a presentation, whatever it is, you're always going to be able to show up and make connections that others aren't able to. So I would just say continue to evolve as a storyteller.
Have a clear sense of why you're doing what you're doing and what you're in it for. We had a great creator, Carlos Eduardo Espina, who actually met with the president a couple weeks ago because he's been doing such important advocacy around immigration. And like we were able to invite him to an immigration event where the president was expanding immigration policy. And like he was able to talk to the president about that. And I think like just having a very clear sense of like his goal over time is to advocate for his community. I think that he is a very good North Star, and he just gets to always follow that.
Mine is applicable to, I think, everything in life, but it's embrace failure versus fear it. If you're cold calling these companies to be their creator, you are going to get told no so many times. You have to just continue pushing on. You're going to have pieces of content that flop. You have to continue pushing on, learn from those experiences rather than just give up.
Everything from your ideation through pre-production, through development, through post-production, like make sure you understand how to do each and every single aspect of it, and then as soon as you possibly can, farm it out, understand yourself, what do you love, what do you not love, what do you do best, so that you can maximize not only the longevity of your career, but also like, well, everything.
Basically, and my advice to you is to make sure you go look at a tree and stuff, okay? What happens online is very addictive. Being in our phones makes us feel like that's the entirety of the world. You have to keep one foot anchored in reality, in the friendships and the relationships you have with your real life people, or you start to get a little bit of brain rot. We start to lose that authenticity that made us so acceptable and loved by the people who follow us and care about us. And then when things go wrong, you can at least escape to your real life, because they will. People will be mean to you. They will not like something that you said one time. They might not like a partnership that you did. So when you take those partnerships, make sure that you can really stand by them and that there's something that authentically means enough to you that you'll lend your credibility, your likability, and your relationships to that brand, and have expectations of those brands in return. Thank you all so much for being with us today. We only had 25 minutes, but this was incredible. If you could, while y'all have your phones out still, tell people where they can follow you each so that they can get more information from you.
LinkedIn, Matt Story.
LinkedIn, Patrick Stevenson.
TikTok, Sophie Lightning.
LinkedIn, Peter Hollins, Hollens.
And I'm
the industry.
Yes, and I am at Under the Desk News on all platforms. You can also listen to my podcast, which will be live recording here today at 5, American Fever Dream, where we explore all the oddities of the American experience and hopefully make you feel a little bit better about them. Thank you all for being with us, and we will see you guys soon.
You're awesome.
State Farm is there to support you. You can beat Bake Wars.
Time to unite the Muffinverse and take down the Crumb Crew.
I gotta download a patch.
So far, I've enjoyed VidCon because I got to meet a lot of people that I've known only on LinkedIn. The conference has given me the opportunity to meet them in real life. I love that a lot of the people that are in the same industry as me all gather at one place, and it's just great to meet people here.
There was a level of detail that I get from the talks that it's hard to get anywhere else. VidCon is another layer of perspective on the creator economy. Being able to come here and look at all that stuff in person is just a very cool opportunity.
I think I'm the only person on Earth who still plays Witch's Broom.
You think so? Whatever game you play, State Farm supports you. We're not alone. They have a potluck every Tuesday. State Farm is there to support you. You can beat Bake Wars.
Time to unite the Muffinverse and take down the Crumb Crew.
Mm-hmm. I gotta download a patch.
So far, I've enjoyed VidCon because I got to meet a lot of people that I've known only on LinkedIn. The conference has given me the opportunity to meet them in real life. I love that a lot of the people that are in the same industry as me all gather at one place, and it's just great to meet people here.
There was a level of detail that I get from the talks that it's hard to get anywhere else. VidCon is another layer of perspective on the creator economy. Being able to come here and look at all that stuff in person is just a very cool opportunity.
I think I'm the only person on Earth who still plays Witch's Broom.
You think so? Whatever game you play, State Farm supports you. We're not alone. They have a potluck every Tuesday. State Farm is there to support you. You can beat Bake Wars.
Time to unite the Muffinverse and take down the Crumb Crew.
I gotta download a patch.
So far, I've enjoyed VidCon because I got to meet a lot of people that I've known only on LinkedIn. The conference has given me the opportunity to meet them in real life. I love that a lot of the people that are in the same industry as me all gather at one place, and it's just great to meet people here.
There was a level of detail that I get from the talks that it's hard to get anywhere else. VidCon is another layer of perspective on the creator economy. Being able to come here and look at all that stuff in person is just a very cool opportunity.
I think I'm the only person on Earth who still plays Witch's Broom.
You think so? Whatever game you play, State Farm supports you. We're not alone. They have a potluck every Tuesday. State Farm is there to support you. You can beat Bake Wars.
Time to unite the Muffinverse and take down the Crumb Crew.
I gotta download a patch.
So far, I've enjoyed VidCon because I got to meet a lot of people that I've known only on LinkedIn. The conference has given me the opportunity to meet them in real life. I love that a lot of the people that are in the same industry as me all gather at one place, and it's just great to meet people here.
There was a level of detail that I get from the talks that it's hard to get anywhere else. VidCon is another layer of perspective on the creator economy. Being able to come here and look at all that stuff in person is just a very cool opportunity.
I think I'm the only person on Earth who still plays Witch's Broom.
You think so? Whatever game you play, State Farm supports you. We're not alone. They have a potluck every Tuesday. State Farm is there to support you. You can beat Bake Wars.
Time to unite the Muffinverse and take down the Crumb Crew.
I gotta download a patch.
So far, I've enjoyed VidCon because I got to meet a lot of people that I've known only on LinkedIn. The conference has given me the opportunity to meet them in real life. I love that a lot of the people that are in the same industry as me all gather at one place, and it's just great to meet people here.
There was a level of detail that I get from the talks that it's hard to get anywhere else. VidCon is another layer of perspective on the creator economy. Being able to come here and look at all that stuff in person is just a very cool opportunity.
I think I'm the only person on Earth who still plays Witch's Broom.
You think so? Whatever game you play, State Farm supports you. We're not alone. They have a potluck every Tuesday.
Please welcome North American President of Whaler, Joe Kronk.
Hello everyone. Love it, especially you. Thank you for the love. Hi everyone, how's it going? It's an honor to be here, and I'm absolutely thrilled to invite our panelists on stage. Adam, Ian, and Kim, come on down. Okay, so as they walk on, first up, we have Adam, creator who is a Tribeca Festival winner, which is unbelievable. Having a creator win an award at Tribeca Festival is unheard of. Adam is the first person to do it. Adam also created such exceptional content last year that his videos were viewed over 14 billion, not million, 14 billion times. Next, we have Kim, who is the head of creators and managing director at YouTube, with a fan club over there, love it. And last, but of course not least, is Ian at the NFL. He is SVP for Influencer, Social, and Content. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So not only is this collection of humans a wonderful group to spend time with. They also have some shared beliefs that really set them apart, and the work they do is special because of it. The first is that they believe deeply in creative storytelling. The second, and probably the most important, is that they understand the unlock when you come together and collaborate. And co-creation, that collaboration, really ended up with exceptional results for the NFL, YouTube, and Adam and all the other creators involved last year. So before we get into what that looked and felt like, let's roll some video.
And I'm NFL's Creator of the Week.
Here's how I became the most popular guy in my section at the Super Bowl.
I can kick.
Said you could kick!
Wow, I didn't think you were going to say yes. What happened here?
Oh, it's National Tight Ends Day.
Let's not get run over by players.
We out here, it's a whole lot of people, man. I mean, it's a whole lot of dogs.
Name on the map!
Yeah! It's sketch, people. Love this guy.
What's up, brother?
What a toss! Come on!
Tell your friends we at the Super Bowl, y'all. We in Vegas.
Open your eyes. We're going to the Super Bowl.
Told me like a month ago.
Yeah, I did.
Let's get dressed for Monday Night Dolphins game. Look how insane this jacket is.
This week I got selected as the Creator of the Week for the NFL.
Just to submerge in some water.
All right, guys, we have our vests on. The game's about to start. It's giving Vanilla Girl vibes.
Chicken nuggets.
Chicken nuggets!
I'm always gonna pop off tonight. Let's get it. Let's go.
Who else has got some feelings after watching that? So look, I think we can all agree that the 2023 season for the NFL, it was pretty fucking epic.
Yeah.
You grew the audience, you brought more women in, you brought a more diverse viewership in, and it definitely got younger. Ian, you've been at the NFL for 6 years. What changed with your strategy? How did you achieve these unbelievable results?
Yeah, for us, I mean, our whole mission 6 years ago was really to build out a youth marketing program, and creators were at the center of that clearly, and our players. So it started with listening to the players and the types of things that they wanted to do, not only on the field, and we really ramped up our content on the field with the players, but also listening to what they want to do off the field. We just had a summit yesterday, in fact, here in LA with about 40 players, and it was all about listening to them, around fashion, gaming, all the different things that they're interested in, ways in which we can support them at the league. What that opens up is a lot of opportunities for us throughout the year, whether it's in season or in the off season. And increasingly, we're looking to pair them with creators like Adam, who's been an amazing partner, and with partners like YouTube, who are known for creators, and then weaving that into our programming throughout the year. So it's been really great for us to reach younger audiences, more multicultural audiences, and I have to tell you now, even global audiences now are really tuning in ways that they hadn't before. So it's been terrific, and we look forward to continue to build it.
I love it. Now, Adam, it sounds like you were a big part of this diversification of the audience for the NFL. How did your journey begin, and what's that journey been like as the partnership has grown?
Yeah, it's been amazing. I think it's been about 5 years now we've been working together. My dream was actually to go to the NFL, and I didn't make it. But years later, I got to work with the NFL in a different way, which was kind of a full circle for me. I still want to try out, though.
We got you.
But,
we got you.
Yeah, it's been awesome. They've just been so easy to work with. They've been so cool. A lot of times I'll get a brief. It's very open and allows me to still be who I am on camera with my videos. Still makes it very organic, but at the same time pushing the narrative of the NFL and kind of combining the world of my humor and the sport. So it's been amazing.
Has there been a piece of content that really popped for you during the last season?
Yeah, I've done a few videos that went crazy. I think we did one with Tyreek Hill that did like 30 million views. That went really well. We did NFL Sunday Ticket one where it was like raining satellites and people were like getting rid of their satellite dishes. Getting on NFL Sunday
I remember
Ticket.
that one was really good.
Yeah, that was actually a really tough video. I had to like try to buy a satellite dish. And like I would call the company like, hey, I want to buy the satellite dish. And like, you want the service? I'm like, no, I just want the dish for a video. Then I had to go on OfferUp, and it got sketchy. But yeah, we've done a lot of great stuff, and my audience has reacted very well to it.
amazing. Kim, the commissioner has been very public about your role and the role of YouTube in opening up the game and the league in different ways. Can you talk a bit more, like, what does he mean by that? What are those different ways?
Well, thank you, Roger. Very nice. So we had a couple different goals in holding hands with the NFL. The first was to diversify and bring in new fans. The second was to create an unbelievable viewing experience. And I think, hand on heart, I think we did both. Couple things I'll note. I think the subscriber model was novel. So we had an all-in access pass. We also had a la carte. Props to my product team, like multi-view. What a cool watching experience that is. We had chat, instant highlights. But I think what the commissioner's getting at is maybe a broader sense of like true admiration and respect for creators. And like literally from the get-go, I felt like we were empowered with a sense of editorial control and ownership. And they gave us all the tools, like opened up the kimono for us to do that. So we had like incredible access at all the tentpole events, the Pro Bowl, the draft, the Super Bowl, individual games, and then like the archival footage. So opening up the IP, and more importantly, they allowed creators to retain their monetization rights against that. So like that was huge. And I think that enabled creators to, I think my mic just went off. I think that enabled creators to make great content. And I'm just struck by watching the Mark Rober short in there, because I'm just gonna tell that story, because I think it's a really good one. So Mark had this idea, you know, being the engineering mind that he is, he was gonna build this contraption that's like the world's largest drinking hat. And so he, you know, goes in his magical cave and he builds it. And literally, like, we had to sneak in this contraption and get it through security with the NFL's help. No laws were broken, I think. So we get it in there, and he literally became the most popular man in his section. It was 50-yard line seats, I might add. But what that short's up to 24 million views, and it's exactly what you said, Joe. The audience is younger, it's more diverse, it's more global, and he's really, like, we've brought in new fans.
100%. I mean, what we see even on our own channels is that the creator content actually outperforms some of our own league content, which is great. And then we also hear back from the players. The players want to work with different creators, and they follow them. So again, that goes back to listening to what their interests are as well. And we know it's going to reach younger audiences, more female audiences, multicultural. So that part's been terrific. The other component that's been really key for us is the 32 clubs. And each of the 32 teams, 5 years ago, if you were to say that each of the 32 teams would have a creator strategy, that wasn't happening. But today, whether you're in Green Bay, you're in Miami, you're in Los Angeles or Las Vegas, you have a creator strategy that's always on. And that's been really important for us. And they do believe in providing more access to players and to the creators to co-create together. And that means access to the facilities, access to coaches, legends, et cetera. So it's been great to see.
And Adam, what does that level of access mean to you? Like whether it's like the privilege of being on the field, the way you think about your content, what difference does access make?
I get a free NFL Sunday ticket. That's for one. But aside from that, it's really cool to kind of show that lens and bring my audience into, you know, almost experience as if they're at the game, or, you know, getting this behind the scenes footage, or maybe they're seeing their favorite player in a different light. So it's been really cool to be able to show that to my audience. I feel like when I get to go to a game, like my subs get to come to the game, you know? So that level of access it's been amazing. It's been really cool.
Do they ever ask you for more? Like, are you getting feedback? Like, can we get in the locker room? Can we do this? And if so, how do you weave it into the next round of content?
I mean, not as much that, but for sure there, sometimes, like, I'm a huge football fan, so sometimes I'm naive to know, like, I think everyone knows football, right? But there's some people, when I did a video...
My football is different to your football.
The real football, American football. But yeah, I remember when I did a video with Tyreek, there was like a few people that commented like, oh, that guy in the green shirt is hilarious. And people were like, that's Tyreek Hill. What do you mean the guy in the green shirt? So it's like funny to know, like, wow, there's some people that might actually not know him. But then, of course, the super fans that do know him, it's like, it almost feels like the multiverse. They're like, what Tyreek Hill got to collab with, like, one of my favorite YouTube content creators. It's cool to, you know, give people that access and to kind of combine those worlds. So a lot of the feedback has been amazing.
What's unique about Adam, too, just to chime in, I mean, he comes from a football background. I didn't know this before meeting him, that he played college football. And his brother-in-law also was an NFL player. So he's got this unique insight in terms of what the NFL is all about and what football is all about. And then he uses his comedy to surround that. And that's really what we're looking for. We're really looking to find ways in which we can broaden the audience and maybe bring in fans that may not watch a 3-hour football game on Sundays, but might watch a 30-second clip or a 2-minute clip on YouTube. So in doing that, that feeds the ecosystem and hopefully leads them down the path of actually watching and engaging in the game.
Can we talk a bit about like the mashup of players and creators? Because we were talking about it this morning. I'm like, I can imagine some of these like burly football players being like, this creator thing is bullshit.
Yeah.
I want to focus, I'm training, this is it. But what's the reality? Like, it feels like the players have been very welcoming to this almost like new breed of fans, of creators, of personalities.
No, it's been great. I think the younger guys coming up, we have to remember that the players are in their early 20s in many cases. So they've grown up with social media. They've grown up following different creators. There's a lot of respect there. I think what's been really great to see is even some of the older guys. We were just with Ndamukong Suh yesterday. And you talk about an intimidating guy, a guy who wasn't really known for being all that outgoing. He and his wife have become true content creators, and they've built a business off of that. And it's showing a path for the players when they do leave the game, that there's much more opportunity. And that goes for so many guys. I mean, Shannon Sharp, obviously the Kelseys are doing what they're doing, but there's opportunities everywhere for the players now, and it's really positionless, which is also great. You don't have to be Tom Brady to actually create a name in this space. You can be an offensive lineman who isn't getting the most attention on a week-to-week basis. So it's really been great. I think they're really starting to embrace it in new ways.
And that goes back to the power of like collaboration. The creators are getting this unbelievable access for them and their digital communities, but the players are also learning so much that's going to help them as they start thinking about the retirement or not, take things to a different place, different level.
100%.
Now, this is a question now for all of you. Is there a moment from last season where you were like, fuck, this thing's like, it's working, it's happening, things are popping off. Like from your different perspectives, it'll be a piece of content, something in you where you're like, we're doing it, it's happening right now.
Look, I think we've seen this, it's been building over many years. If I were to tell you that the most successful NFL Combine video is of a creator, it's not actually of a player, it's Frankie LaPena. If you look across some of our biggest tentpoles, the draft just recently was Sketch. 1 in every 5 video views of the NFL draft featured Sketch. So you see the opportunities here, and it's really great because obviously someone like that is a huge football fan, and for us to be able to introduce him into a Caleb Williams or a CJ Stroud, we're making these once-in-a-lifetime opportunities happen, both for the creator as well as for the players, and it leads to magical content outcomes, which clearly perform.
And just quickly before you, digging a bit, like, why do you think the creator content is outperforming some of the other content?
Some of the content,
So I did say some.
Some.
To other people, I'm going to say all, but to this crowd in front of you, I'll say some, yeah.
I think it's just because of it's fresh, right? It's something that you're not going to see, your everyday highlights, those kind of things on a day-to-day basis. And there's so much content out there when you can put a unique spin on it. And I give Adam and the creators so much credit for the effort that they put into it. And it's just offering a new lens, a new way to interpret the game, something that's very shareable with your friends. Whether you're playing fantasy football, you're watching on Sundays, or you're just talking about the game in general, it provides that interesting little nugget that is highly shareable.
Kim, any moment for you that sticks out?
Yeah, I mean, well, Adam can share. He's been sort of our NFL ambassador. But one that stuck with me, I guess for very personal reasons, was just seeing the rise of Katie Feeney, and a female creator, Penn State University, out on the field, doing her thing. I mean, what a proud moment that is for a woman and a female creator. And she was really good at capturing the zeitgeist. And I think this is what creators do so magically. So she got some footage of players entering the stadium, and she did a mashup comparing Travis's outfits to Taylor Swift's eras. And yes, we didn't go 15 minutes without a mention of Taylor and Travis. But like, that was lightning in a bottle. It was so creative, it was so brilliant, and she pulled it off, and like, yay her.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think for me, You know, a big thing that I always do is I'm always looking at comments. Like, I read all my comments, positive, negative. The negative ones, I copy the usernames, I remember them. You know, for me, that's like the best indication of, you know, if my audience is liking something. And especially when, you know, you work with branded content, you're gonna get negative comments. Oh, I don't wanna see a commercial. This sucks. Oh, this guy's a sellout. You get that when you work with brands. It happens. And a lot of the stuff that I did with YouTube NFL in that partnership, everything was positive. People wanted more, matter of fact. People were like, I wanna see more videos with this person. I wanna see more videos about this. I saw a lot of comments where people were really getting informed, like, oh, I didn't know that it's not on DirecTV anymore. I didn't know that you can watch it anywhere in the world if you just you know, get NFL Sunday Ticket on YouTube. So just throughout the whole year of working with the partnership, just so much positive comments, and not just positive, but like say people wanting more. So for me, I was like, you know, this is great. They're asking for this content, especially, you know, in theory, it is a branded deal, right? But it just felt so organic. With the help, of course, of YouTube and NFL allowing me to really share my voice, give it from my POV, letting it be organic, and it was kind of just a win-win overall.
It's amazing. Because the passion for you, it runs so deep. That's why it works. Given everything you've just said, like this co-creation, the collaboration, Adam, has it changed the way you think about other brand deals or your own like content strategy?
Yeah, I want to have them call them first, and then have them talk to them about it. Yeah, I mean, I think you know, the proof is in the pudding. You look at the viewership, you look at, you know, the conversion, you look at the impact it made. You know, it'd be really wise for a lot of brands to take note of how organic that felt, but also deliver the message. So, I mean, you know, when I work with other brands, I always try to, you know, communicate that and, you know, push as much as I can to have that organic voice. But yeah, it's not always as easy.
I think it's exciting, right? I mean, we have over 40 national league partners in all the biggest categories. And literally in every room I'm sitting in now, creators are a big component of that. So I think it's opening new doors for brands to work with us as a league, and then ultimately opportunities for the creators to meet some of these new brands they may not have worked with in the past. So we can find that combination. We're going to continue to do that more and more, and not only here in the US, but on an international basis as well.
Did anything surprise you about the programs, about any of the content? Do you sit here now and think like, there's something that I was exposed to that I learned, something that the community said to you or the fans said to you that was an unlock?
I'm happy to chime in on that. I think for us, I mean, it wasn't always roses, and we're continuing to find new ways to improve, and I think that's one of the states you have to be in, is constant improvement and constant learning. We put a lot of pressure in, and I think we can still even improve some of the creative output from our perspective, but that's the thing. I mean, we're going to find new ways to improve what we're doing and follow the trends that are happening. So it's the constant chase, and we're never going to get complacent with how we're looking from a numbers perspective, knowing that we have to kind of reinvent ourselves every single year.
I'll go. I think what was also really cool is the local creators that came out of nowhere. You know, every team has a great set of incredible fans and creators, and they need their moment, and they got their moment. And so city by city, week by week, you just saw this like amazing new growth and crop of creators come up, telling their story in a very local, authentic, like on a big stage they've never gotten before. And that was like so affirming, just on so many levels.
And what do we think that's meant for the clubs? I mean, we've spoken about the players, but the clubs, to your point, and they're a huge part of this as well. When we have like a creator really honing in locally for a club, for that area, what does it do to the community?
Oh, it's fantastic. I mean, it really does galvanize the community. It brings new fans into their stadiums. It brings new fans to the players. So the clubs have some of them a little more hesitant than others, but for the most part now, they're all raising their hand, looking to do more with content creators, and we encourage that. We want them to work on their own with their own content creators, as well as through the league and different creators we can set them up with throughout the year. So that part has really been fundamental to our entire strategy when we started building it 4 or 5 years ago, was really ensuring that the clubs had ownership in this as well, and in fact they do. So that's been a real key to our success.
Amazing. Adam, if you could do anything next year as this partnership goes into what you've done 4 or 5 years, so we're going to year 6, have you started thinking about what that might look and feel like?
Yeah, I think kind of the same stuff. Getting to collab with some of my favorite players. Maybe go to a Jets game this year. I'm a Jets fan, unfortunately. But definitely want to go out there, maybe do a Creator of the Week with the Jets, which is a really cool program. We did that with the Rams, of course, got nominated for Tribeca Film Festival.
We hadn't mentioned that yet, so I'm glad we got it in.
Oh, yeah, okay. All right, take it away.
Tell us a bit about that video. I mean, all joking aside, that is it's the first time a creator, I mean, a YouTube short is nominated for Robert De Niro's film festival.
Yeah, I thought
Tell us a bit about that content.
At first, when I found out, I thought it was a scam email. I'm like, what I'm not getting nominated for an award. But it was real. Yeah, it was a surreal moment. It was really cool. You know, a lot of times you make a video, you hope for the best, you put a lot of energy and effort into it. But for it to get nominated for such a prestigious award, it's kind of mind-blowing as you sit back and think about it. But yeah, I think it was just fun to do. You know, I want to make content that's fun. I want to make stuff that I enjoy, and you know, that's what it is being a creator. You put out what you love, and you hope that other people love that, and hopefully you can build a big audience around it. But at the end of the day, getting to make something I love, that's the best part of the whole process.
Amazing. Kim, what are you most excited about as you think of year? I mean, it's hard to, everything we're talking about, the fact that that was all achieved in year 1 is unusual. What gets you going as you think about year 2?
I'm still recovering from year 1, to be honest. I don't think I appreciated the week-to-week treadmill. Like, it's like you're launching something every single week. It's got to be top-notch. There's so much logistics, and that's where Joe and the Whaler team come in. Of like, we can't do this ourselves. NFL can't do it themselves, so we need a big partner to bring that through. So I think I'm looking forward to now the wheels should be greased a little easier. You know, things like the NFL footage, we really haven't figured out the best way to tap into that. It's just so voluminous. So we're working with Ian and their content team to figure out how we surface more of that and get that to the right creators at the right time. And then I think we can even go bigger at the events. Like, you know, now we know how to do this, and now we're going to just put more gas on the fire.
Yeah, I'm excited about it all, to be honest. I'm excited about the international growth. We have a game on a Friday night in Brazil for the first time with the Packers and Eagles. We're going to have creators all over that, both from the States as well as there in Brazil. So
you're bringing me to that, right?
You're definitely on that. Sure. So really excited about those opportunities. And then honestly, it's just so exciting to see the creativity that's coming through, some of the new creators that are popping up that we can work with. And that's the best part about it, is that it's an ecosystem that's growing, and then obviously empowering the creators like Adam to do their thing with a brand, actually a couple of brands like YouTube and obviously the NFL. It's really a powerful combination, so it's going to be great.
So we've been talking about all the positives. This seems like a no-brainer. Creators, brands, this is how they should be coming together. Do you have any, like, why aren't more brands working this way? Like, maybe like, Kim, you're sitting like at arguably the leading platform for creators.
Are you ready for my TED Talk? Because like,
I mean, now stand up at this point. Get on the couch.
I mean, I don't know where to start, Joe. I think the proof points are there. The ROI is there. We're still building muscle memory with some of the biggest brands. And it just takes time. And I think, you know, like working with someone like Adam, who's such a seasoned professional, like brand deals go well. Like 99% of the time, you are so on it, and brand deals go really, really well. But we have to educate advertisers on how to do this. And that, it's been a slow process, I will say.
Yeah, I think it's hard. I think it's hard for brands. We have an incredible team. A lot of them are here that put a lot of effort into this every single week. And so I think it requires investment. There's a lot of bandwidth that goes across it as well. But once you do unlock it and you start to see the results of what the creators can actually do and the creator economy can do for your brand, to me, I don't know how you survive in today's environment without a creator strategy, particularly if you're trying to reach 12 to 34-year-olds. I don't see how it's even possible at this point. So it's really a matter of investment, and I think just the stamina to work through it.
I was going to say the same thing they said.
Perfect.
They said it all, so that's what I was going to say.
That's why we're together, because you guys work so well together, always on the same page. Adam, what advice would you maybe give to like the next generation of creators? How long have you been doing this for now, professionally?
Coming up on like 8 years, 9 years, something like that, yeah.
So where you sit now, I mean, you're kind of doing okay.
Yeah.
14 billion views last year. What's your combined followership right now?
55 million.
Not too shabby.
Yeah.
I've got a couple thousand.
Hey, that's a lot. That's a lot.
If we put us together, we'd have like a fraction, the three of us.
Doing pretty well.
Between all three of us, we have 55 million.
There you go. Perfect. Mic drop right there. Yeah. But what, like 8 years in, what advice would you give the next gen?
Man, you gotta love what you do. You know, people don't realize, you know, even working with some of the NFL guys, they'll come in and like, I didn't know you did all of this for a video. I didn't know it was such a process to get this many takes, edit, reshoot, get the proper shot. Like, there's just so much that goes into it. And, you know, you can do something to get views. There's a lot of trends that go on, and you can, sure, you know, grow a following for a year, but if you don't really actually love it, and I think this is in any craft, right? You're gonna burn out. You're gonna burn out. Like, to do something for 8 years, I mean, for 5 years straight, I posted every single day. Didn't matter if I was going through something, it didn't matter, birthday, holiday, no vacation, like every day I posted. And then, you know, now I post every other day, and it's because I truly love it. And I would never do it if I didn't love it, or I would have burned out after 6 months, a year. So my advice for anybody who wants to be a creator is pick something that you love, really be passionate about it, and that might not be the thing that gets the most views. That might not be the coolest, sexiest thing, but do that because you'll have the longevity to do it forever, and you get better every year. You know, thankfully for me, every year I've gotten better. Every year I've been able to gain more viewership, more subscribers. It's just because I want to continue to keep getting better at my craft, but everything at its core is just because I actually would still make comedy videos if I was making zero money every day.
It's incredible. Kim, would you have anything to add, given how many creators you're speaking to every day, every week?
Do what you're passionate about. You can't make it up. Like, it has to come from the heart, and that's where you're unique. Like, that's where you build your unique brand. I think there's a perception now that the content that works or it's popular has to be a certain way, and I just really want to like stamp that out. I think the content that people find most interesting and where we're going to find the next group of Adam W's and Katie Feeney's, these are going to be people with really unique brands, ideas, creative storytellers.
From our end on the league side, I think, you know, the interesting thing is looking at the players. Again, going back to the players, many of them, they have wives and girlfriends that are actual content creators. Allison Coach comes to mind. You've got several, Alex Earl comes to mind. But I think what's interesting is just them understanding that these are real athletes in their spaces and how much work and effort goes into it. So what we're trying to do on the league side is de-stress that environment for the players as much as we can. Offering them the full resource of the league from a content perspective, editing, music clearances, partnerships with creators and platforms like YouTube, opening all those doors that we can to help de-stress it and help them keep the main thing, which is obviously playing on the field and at an elite level. So as we're doing that, we're getting better and better, and also educating the players. And I think it's really a bright future for us and content creators as well as with the players.
Adam, we've got 30 seconds. The last question, the last word I feel should belong to you.
Oh, thank you.
What has this partnership with YouTube and the NFL, what does it mean to you?
Yeah, for me, it honestly means everything. Like I said, diehard football fan, dream to play in the NFL, and to have a full circle moment where I get to work with them, working with a brand that I actually enjoy, am a fan of, watch. You know, a lot of times too, might not have time to watch a game. I'm watching all my highlights on YouTube. And I'm sure there's a lot of other, you know, fans, you know, that consume a lot of the highlights on YouTube. So to get to have one home where you can watch the highlights and then boom, wait, what the heck, this guy, one of my favorite creators, is collabing and kind of you know, bringing those worlds together. It's been really cool to be a part of. You know, obviously the bigger picture what they're doing is even more incredible. I get excited when I watch my favorite creators work with the NFL. So just overall, it's just been amazing. And for me, like I said, I love football. So this is a home game for me. I love it.
Amazing. Well, look, thank all of you, and thank everyone that made the effort to join us today. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
Jake from State Farm. I'm not ready for the final Boston Bake Wars.
Oh, forget that. You've got State Farm supporting you. Hey, say it after me. I will unite the Muffinverse.
I will unite the Muffinverse.
I can't hear you.
I will unite the Muffinverse and defeat the Crumb Crew. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
All right. I gotta download a patch.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
So far, I've enjoyed VidCon because I got to meet a lot of people that I've known only on LinkedIn. The conference has given me the opportunity to meet them in real life. I love that a lot of the people that are in the same industry as me all gather at one place, and it's just great to meet people here.
There was a level of detail that I get from the talks that it's hard to get anywhere else. VidCon is another layer of perspective on the creator economy. Being able to come here and look at all that stuff in person is just a very cool opportunity.
Jake from State Farm. I feel like I'm the only person on the planet who still plays Witch's Broom.
Oh, you think so? Guess who edits the Witchy Wiki?
Your Mystical Khakis 15?
Yeah, that's me. Hey, whatever game you play, State Farm supports you. And we're not the only ones. Oh, there's a potluck every Tuesday.
I'll bring my potato salad.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Light work, easy money. I ate this dude's lunch. Back to the lobby. Not good, not me. Just get good, bro. Just get good. I gamed like I had plus 50 toughness, but really, I'm plus 100 afraid.
Hey, life can be scary, but State Farm supports you.
I feel plus 250 relieved.
Hey, thank you. Of course, man.
Pass the ball!
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
I walk into the room with all those eyes on me. Every day I wake up, I know who I'll be. I look into the mirror, I'm a sight to see. I love what I see, I love what I see. The world is gonna know my name, my name. Nobody's stopping me today. Today, I own it, I own it, yeah, yeah, you know it, yeah, yeah. Keeping myself going 'cause I own it, I own it, yeah, yeah, you know it, yeah, yeah. Keeping myself going. I never saw a challenge that
some things he knows. I was just a young boy way before the shows, way before the fancy cars and the flashy clothes. He says, you think too small. You got what it takes, you can have it all. And then he said these words to me. Check it out, this is what you tell her. Come on, clap your hands, everybody, and wave them like you just don't care. If you got it like that and your pockets stay fat, just throw your hands in the air. Just throw your hands in the air. Yeah! 1, 2, let's go! Go big or go home. Hey. Let me hear you. Go big or go home. One time. Go big or go home. Hey. Go big. I said to go big or go home. Said if you came to party like we came to party, say hell yeah. I said hell yeah. If you came to party like we came to party, say hell yeah. And yo, if you're with this MC, and you came to party in a place to be, I wanna hell yeah. Let's go. Everybody in the place, repeat after me. I said yeah, 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 yeah. I said yeah, 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 yeah. I said yeah, 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 yeah. I can't hear you. I said yeah, 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 yeah. That feel good, don't it? Hey, y'all ready? 1, 2, let's go. Go big or go home. Go big or go home. Go big or go home. Go big. I said to go big or go home. Hey, scream.
Jake from State Farm. I'm not ready for the final Boston Bake Wars.
Oh, forget that. You've got State Farm supporting you. Hey, say it after me. I will unite the Muffinverse.
I will unite the Muffinverse.
I can't hear you.
I will unite the Muffinverse and defeat the Crumb Crew. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
I gotta download a patch.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
So far, I've enjoyed VidCon because I got to meet a lot of people that I've known only on LinkedIn. The conference has given me the opportunity to meet them in real life. I love that a lot of the people that are in the same industry as me all gather at one place, and it's just great to meet people here.
There was a level of detail that I get from the talks that it's hard to get anywhere else. VidCon is another layer of perspective on the creator economy. Being able to come here and look at all that stuff in person is just a very cool opportunity.
Jake from State Farm? I feel like I'm the only person on the planet who still plays Witch's Broom.
Oh, you think so? Guess who edits the Witchy Wiki?
Your Mystical Khakis 15?
Yeah, that's me. Hey, whatever game you play, State Farm supports you. And we're not the only ones. Oh, there's a potluck every Tuesday.
I'll bring my potato salad.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Light work, easy money. I ate this dude's lunch. Back to the lobby. Not good, not me. Just get good, bro. Just get good. I gamed like I had plus 50 toughness, but really, I'm plus 100 afraid.
Hey, life can be scary, but State Farm supports you.
I feel plus 250 relieved.
Hey, thank you. Of course, man.
Pass the ball!
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
I walk into the room with all those eyes on me. Every day I wake up, I know who I'll be. I look into the mirror, I'm a sight to see. I love what I see, I love what I see. The world is gonna know my name, my name. Nobody's stopping me today. Today, I Never saw a challenge that I didn't like. I'm working it until I cross the finish line. Anything I want, you know I'll make it mine. I'm making it mine. I'm making it mine. The world is gonna know my name. My name. Nobody's stopping me today. Today, I own it. I own it. Yeah, yeah, you know it. Yeah, yeah. Keeping myself going 'cause I own it. I own it. Yeah, yeah, you know it. Yeah, yeah. Keeping myself going 'cause I own it. Keeping myself going 'cause I own it. I own it. Yeah, yeah, you know it. Yeah, yeah. Keeping myself going. I own it. Yeah, I own it. You know it. You know it. Own it 'cause I own it. I own it. You know it. Yeah, yeah. Keeping myself going 'cause I own it.
Said if you came to party like we came to party, say hell yeah. If you came to party like we came to party, say hell yeah. And yo, if you're with this MC and you came to party in a place to be, I wanna hell yeah. All right now, repeat after me. Hey, go big or go home. Come on, go big or go home. Everybody, hey, go big or go home. Go big. I said to go big or go home. Hey, all right now, check this out. Now, once upon a time, the story goes, a wise man said some things he knows. I was just a young boy way before the shows, way before the fancy cars and the flashy clothes. He said, son, you think too small. You got what it takes, you can have it all. And then he said these words to me. Check it out, this is what you tell him. Come on, clap your hands, everybody. And wave them like you just don't care. If you got it like that and your pockets stay fat, just throw your hands in the air. Just throw your hands in the air. Yeah. 1, 2, let's go. Go big or go home. Hey. Let me hear. Go big or go home. One time. Go big or go home. Hey. Go big. I said to go big or go home. Hey. Said if you came to party like we came to party, say hell yeah. I said hell yeah. If you came to party like we came to party, say hell yeah. And yo, if you're with this MC and you came to party in a place to be, I wanna hell yeah. Let's go. Now everybody in the place, repeat after me. I said yeah, 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 yeah. I said yeah, 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 yeah. I said yeah, 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 yeah. I can hear you. I said yeah, 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 yeah. That feel good though. Hey, y'all ready? 1, 2, let's go. Go big or go home. Go big or go home. Go big or go home. Go big. I said to go big or go home. Hey, scream.
Jake from State Farm. I'm not ready for the final Boston Bake Wars.
Oh, forget that. You've got State Farm supporting you. Hey, say it after me. I will unite the Muffinverse.
I will unite the Muffinverse.
I can't hear you.
I will unite the Muffinverse and defeat the Crumb Crew. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
I gotta download a patch.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
So far, I've enjoyed VidCon because I got to meet a lot of people that I've known only on LinkedIn. The conference has given me the opportunity to meet them in real life. I love that a lot of the people that are in the same industry as me all gather at one place, and it's just great to meet people here.
There was a level of detail that I get from the talks that it's hard to get anywhere else. VidCon is another layer of perspective on the creator economy. Being able to come here and look at all that stuff in person is just a very cool opportunity.
Jake from State Farm? I feel like I'm the only person on the planet who still plays Witch's Broom.
Oh, you think so? Guess who edits the Witchy Wiki?
Your Mystical Khakis 15?
Yeah, that's me. Hey, whatever game you play, State Farm supports you. And we're not the only ones. Oh, there's a potluck every Tuesday.
I'll bring my potato salad.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
light work, easy money. I ate this dude's lunch. Back to the lobby. Not good, not me. Just get good, bro. Just get good. I gamed like I had plus 50 toughness, but really, I'm plus 100 afraid.
Hey, life can be scary, but State Farm supports you.
I feel plus 250 relieved.
Hey,
thank you.
of course, man.
Pass the ball!
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
I walk into the room with all those eyes on me. Every day I wake up, I know who I'll be. I look into the mirror, I'm a sight to see. I love what I see, I love what I see. The world is gonna know my name, my name. Nobody's stopping me today. Today, I own it, I own it, yeah, yeah, you know it, yeah, yeah. Keeping myself going 'cause I own it, I own it, yeah, yeah, you know it, yeah, yeah. Keeping myself going. I never saw a challenge that I didn't like. I'm working it until I cross the finish line. Anything I want, you know I'll make it mine. I'm making it mine. I'm making it mine. The world is gonna know my name, my name. Nobody's stopping me today. Today, I own it, I own it, yeah, yeah, you know it, yeah, yeah. Keeping myself going 'cause I own it, I own it, yeah, yeah, you know it, yeah, yeah. Keeping myself going 'cause I own it. I own it, I own it, yeah, yeah, you know it, yeah, yeah. Keeping myself going 'cause I own it, I own it, yeah, yeah, you know it, yeah, yeah. Keeping myself going, I own it, yeah, I own it, you know it, you know it. Own it 'cause I own it, I own it, you know it, yeah, yeah. Keeping myself going 'cause I own it.
Said if you came to party like we came to party, say hell yeah. If you came to party like we came to party, say hell yeah. Hey, yo, if you're with this MC and you came to party in a place to be, I wanna hell yeah. All right, now repeat after me. Hey, go big or go home. Come on, go big or go home. Everybody, hey, go big or go home. Go big. I said to go big or go home. Hey, all right now, check this out. Now, once upon a time, the story goes, a wise man said some things he knows. I was just a young boy way before the shows, way before the fancy cars and the flashy clothes. He said, son, you think too small. You got what it takes, you can have it all. And then he said these words to me. Check it out, this is what you tell him. Come on, clap your hands, everybody. And wave them like you just don't care. If you got it like that and your pockets stay fat, just throw your hands in the air. Just throw your hands in the air. Yeah. 1, 2, let's go. Go big or go home. Hey. Let me hear you. Go big or go home. One time. Go big or go home. Hey. Go big. I said to go big or go home. Hey. Said if you came to party like we came to party, said, yeah, 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 yeah. I said, yeah, 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 yeah. I can't hear you. I said, yeah, 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 yeah. That feel good, huh? Hey! Y'all ready? 1, 2, let's go! Go big or go home. Go big or go home. Go big or go home. Go big. I said to go big or go home. Hey,
Jake from State Farm. I'm not ready for the final Boston Bake Wars.
Oh, forget that. You've got State Farm supporting you. Hey, say it after me. I will unite the Muffinverse.
I will unite the Muffinverse.
I can't hear you.
I will unite the Muffinverse and defeat the Crumb Crew. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
I gotta download a patch.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
So far, I've enjoyed VidCon because I got to meet a lot of people that I've known only on LinkedIn. The conference has given me the opportunity to meet them in real life. I love that a lot of the people that are in the same industry as me all gather at one place, and it's just great to meet people here.
There was a level of detail that I get from the talks that it's hard to get anywhere else. VidCon is another layer of perspective on the creator economy. Being able to come here and look at all that stuff in person is just a very cool opportunity.
Jake from State Farm? I feel like I'm the only person on the planet who still plays Witch's Broom.
Oh, you think so? Guess who edits the Witchy Wiki?
Your Mystical Khakis 15?
Yeah, that's me. Hey, whatever game you play, State Farm supports you. And we're not the only ones. Oh, there's a potluck every Tuesday.
I'll bring my potato salad.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Light work, easy money. I ate this dude's lunch. Back to the lobby. Not good, not me. Just get good, bro. Just get good.
I gamed like I had plus 50 toughness, but really, I'm plus 100 afraid.
Hey, life can be scary, but State Farm supports you.
I feel plus 250 relieved.
Hey, thank you. Of course, man.
Pass the ball!
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
I walk into the room with all those eyes on me. Every day I wake up, I know who I'll be. I look into the mirror, I'm a sight to see. I love what I see, I love what I see. The world is gonna know my name, my name. Nobody's stopping me today. Today, I own it, I own it, yeah, yeah, you know it, yeah, yeah. Keeping myself going 'cause I own it, I own it, yeah, yeah, you know it, yeah.
the story goes. A wise man says some things he knows. I was just a young boy way before the shows, way before the fancy cars and the flashy clothes. He says, you think too small. You got what it takes, you can have it all. And then he said these words to me. Check it out, this is what you tell her. Come on, clap your hands, everybody. And wave them like you just don't care. If you got it like that and your pockets stay fat, just throw your hands in there. Just throw your hands in the air. Yeah! 1, 2, let's go! Go big or go home. Hey! Let me hear it. Go big or go home. One time. Go big or go home. Hey! Go big. I said to go big or go home. Hey! Said if you came to party like we came to party, say hell yeah. I said hell yeah. If you came to party like we came to party, say hell yeah. And yo, if you're with this MC, and you came to party in a place to be, I wanna hell yeah. Let's go. Now everybody in the place, repeat after me. I said yeah, 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 yeah. I said yeah, 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 yeah. I said yeah, 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 yeah. I can't hear you. I said yeah, 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 yeah. That feel good, don't it? Hey! Y'all ready? 1, 2, let's go! Go big or go home. Go big or go home. Go big or go home. Go big. I said to go big or go home. Hey, scream.
Jake from State Farm. I'm not ready for the final Boston Bake Wars.
Oh, forget that. You've got State Farm supporting you. Hey, say it after me. I will unite the Muffinverse.
I will unite the Muffinverse.
I can't hear you.
I will unite the Muffinverse and defeat the Crumb Crew. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
I gotta download a patch.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
So far, I've enjoyed VidCon because I got to meet a lot of people that I've known only on LinkedIn. The conference has given me the opportunity to meet them in real life. I love that a lot of the people that are in the same industry as me all gather at one place, and it's just great to meet people here.
There was a level of detail that I get from the talks that it's hard to get anywhere else. VidCon is another layer of perspective on the creator economy. Being able to come here and look at all that stuff in person is just a very cool opportunity.
Jake from State Farm? I feel like I'm the only person on the planet who still plays Witch's Broom.
Oh, you think so? Guess who edits the Witchy Wiki?
Your Mystical Khakis 15?
Yeah, that's me. Hey, whatever game you play, State Farm supports you. And we're not the only ones. Oh, there's a potluck every Tuesday.
I'll bring my potato salad.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Light work, easy money. I ate this dude's lunch. Back to the lobby. Not good, not me. Just get good, bro. Just get good.
I gamed like I had plus 50 toughness, but really, I'm plus 100 afraid.
Hey, life can be scary, but State Farm supports you.
I feel plus 250 relieved.
Hey,
thank you.
of course, man.
Pass the ball!
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
I walk into the room with
I'll try and fit.
I guess so.
Yeah, we fit. I can move. Hi, everyone. I'm Kai Yuryev. I'm a reporter at The Information, and I write about the creator economy.
I'm Jasmine Enberg. I'm a principal analyst at eMarketer, and I lead our coverage of social media and the creator economy.
And I'm Megan Lightcap. I'm an investor at Slow Ventures, where I head up our direct investments into creator holding companies.
When I started this newsletter in 2021, it was sort of the peak era of VC investments. TikTok had launched its $1 billion creator fund. Facebook followed. It was sort of this like really exuberant, exciting hype cycle time. And then as interest rates and the economy changed, the creator funds quietly went away, the Instagram bonuses went away, the investments in startups went away. And now we're sort of back and rebounding. So our data has shown that investments in creator economy startups have gone up for the past 2 quarters. So you're starting to see some startups raise follow-on funding. So we're here really just to chat about like where things are now. We went into the crazy hype cycle. We went into, oh my God, this is over, this was overhyped, to now like, oh, this is mature and here to stay. So I think one thing we've seen too is on the advertising side. So Jasmine, would love for you to kind of tell us what you're hearing there with ad dollars.
Yeah, absolutely. So it feels like we're at somewhat of an inflection point right now. I just came back from Cannes, and Cannes is obviously the big advertising marketing festival, and for the first time it had a dedicated creator track. And what I saw there, and what I've been seeing in the research too, is that marketers are finally starting to embrace creator content after many, many years of considering it to be less than or lower quality than studio-produced content. They're also starting to shift more budget into influencer marketing, especially among brands that have been either hesitant to work with creators or those that have just dabbled within influencer marketing. And some of that spending is incremental, but most of it is actually coming out of digital and traditional channels. And it's an interesting time because at the same time, we're also seeing the big creators really start to move beyond brand deals, starting to use the online success that they have to build booming businesses of their own. And I know, Meg, you can speak to that. But obviously, you know, that's not going to be a reality for the long tail of creators, but even among the smaller creators, we're seeing a diversification of revenue streams. So it feels kind of like we're in this moment where marketers and brands have realized that they have to be in the creator space, even if reluctantly. And so it's definitely a turning point for the creator economy from the marketer standpoint as well.
Yeah, and I think, we were on the industry day yesterday kind of talking about the creator economy from a funding perspective. There's the kind of picks and shovels, infrastructure, creative empowering companies, and then there's actually the creators themselves. We've definitely seen an uptick in investments in creator economy companies. There, Passes did a huge round. Beehive, which is a newsletter company, recently did a big Series A. So we're starting to see more activity there. And then on the actual creators themselves, Dude Perfect, did a big financing round. So starting to see more activity as well. So definitely a rebound from where we were.
What's the investor appetite? Like, I think at least my conversations with a lot of VCs, some of them have been really burned by some of these really narrow tooling companies that didn't really pan out. So do you think appetite is back, or?
I think appetite is back insofar as they're like good, solid business models. And so I think there's actually a return to just like discipline of, is this a business that is durable and can make money and has line of sight to profitability, which is actually potentially less about the category and more about just the business dynamics itself. And then I think, and you and I were having this conversation earlier, I think there's a lot more institutional interest, whether that's from family offices or large asset managers, kind of in 2 buckets, I'd say. One is because it's seemingly an uncorrelated asset class and new relative to kind of what they've seen. And then 2, I think it's also, just by nature of being around for so long, people are now starting to take creators and the creator economy a little bit more seriously. Obviously, Spotter did a huge round, Electrify. There's been enough proof points now where people are starting to pick their heads up and pay attention.
I think we're seeing that on the advertising side. Did everyone see the Fanta? Everyone remember like the Wanta Fanta jingle from TV? Okay, so I spent some time talking to their team. They're owned by Coca-Cola. And when they decided to reprise that jingle, they're spending $0 on TV advertising in the US. And so they're splitting, almost half of the advertising is going to TikTok creators who are like remixing the jingle on TikTok, posting on TikTok, and then on just social media advertising. And then the rest is stuff like this, where they're coming to VidCon, they're doing some connected TV ads. So it's interesting to see, Coca-Cola has a $5 billion marketing budget. I think creators are like, a small line item of that. But all these big brands are needing to shift kind of how they're reaching consumers. I mean, TV, I think, has been on the decline for a long time, but it feels like it's, on a little bit of life support now. So yeah, I'm curious what came out of Cannes too in terms of what, are big brands finally now shifting major budgets, you think, or is it slow?
I think it's dependent on the brand. I think there are examples of both. I think there are still some brands that view creators or creator activations as being really transactional. But overall, we've seen the market start to shift more from one-off influencer campaigns to more of these longer-term partnerships and collaborations with brand ambassadors. And I think that's the way that the market is continuing to move. I think one of the things, I just wrote a report recently about the state of influencer brand deals, and it was really interesting because I was talking to creators and marketers, and I was hearing two completely different viewpoints, and a lot of creators were telling me that there was a deal drought. And it was really hard to score brand deals right now, whereas marketers kept telling me that they were shifting more and more budget into it. And what I realized is that as we move into this era where marketers are more focused on these longer-term partnerships, and many of them are already in them, and the creator pool has expanded so much, the demand for brand deals is just bigger than the supply. And so that kind of explains the dichotomy and the experience. And we're also seeing marketers get just a lot smarter about how they work with creators. There's a lot more data. They have a lot more experience. So they're working to optimize their campaigns, and they're really working at what I would call kind of the two extremes. So they're looking to make a big splash, or they're looking really to the lower funnel to drive conversions. And what's happening there then is that wide middle class of creators that aren't necessarily as big as the top echelon, but aren't as niche as some of the smaller creators, they're the ones who are getting squeezed the most. And back to this idea of creators diversifying their revenue streams, I think that's where a lot of that is coming from as well. They don't want to be reliant solely on brands. They don't want to be reliant solely on the social platforms either. And they're working to go direct to consumer to actually earn income.
In terms of kind of the investor appetite, like where is the most money that you're seeing being invested right now? Is it like in creators themselves, either in businesses like Feastables or Chamberlain Coffee? Is it certain types of creator companies that you see are benefiting the most right now?
I think it depends the type of investor. If you're talking to someone who does mostly tech investing, obviously it's in kind of the tooling and infrastructure. And I think actually that's where we've seen the most kind of shift away. If you're talking to a consumer investor, there's like total increased appetite for creator, celebrity brands, investing behind the creators themselves. Just talking with some of my consumer friends, they're basically not looking at a CPG deal unless it has some sort of creator or celebrity angle. I mean, in consumer, right, like the name of the game is cost of acquisition. And so I think for them, this is a way to fundamentally change the P&L of a traditional consumer business. And that's kind of the big unlock. I mean, I think it's probably very obvious to everyone in this room, but investors are kind of coming along for the ride now.
Have brand deals kind of changed? Like, it feels like either there's like a lot of big campaigns and affiliate is really starting to grow. So how have...
Yeah, I mean, I think affiliate, well, I keep saying affiliate is no longer a dirty word. That's kind
There is a panel tomorrow that is called that.
Yeah, there is. And it's so true. I mean, we're seeing a lot more affiliate deals come in, and a lot of creators that I've spoken to have told me that the inbounds that they're actually getting, if they are getting them, tend to be affiliate deals. And it makes sense for a lot of marketers as they're looking to optimize their campaigns to have an affiliate deal because you can work with a larger number of smaller creators. It's also a easy to maintain way to be able to have attributable sales from the creator content. I think overall with this idea of optimization too, they're trying to find ways to be able to track and target their campaigns better. So we're seeing a big rise in things like content boosting and using creator content as paid advertising across the social platforms as well.
think one area too we're seeing growth in is just in traditional media, and it feels like creators now are, CPG brands, beauty brands, like have always been really, early with working with creators, but like politics, we're in an election season, like creators are at the heart of these political campaigns now. I think another really interesting area is sports. So we have the Olympics in the summer, and NBC is sending 27 creators to be correspondents. Alex Cooper's doing a show for Peacock. So you're seeing, I think, a lot of opportunities and investment from traditional media. So NBC is working with all the social platforms to bring creators there. So I think there are these interesting opportunities. It sort of is, I think, a hard story to tell right now because the creator funds have not come back. Like TikTok is doing the longer form fund, but it's sort of a confusing story because I think the influence of creators is so much bigger than it was 4 or 5 years ago. Yet on the face of it, it seems like less money is being invested. So I'm curious, like where you both see it.
Well, I'm curious, maybe, and Jasmine, you can answer this question. To the extent brands are shifting these marketing dollars to creators, which buckets is what's being cut?
So it's dependent, but a lot of what I've seen in the research is that it's coming from other digital channels, social in particular, as well as TV and traditional media channels. And I think that just speaks to the way that we're consuming media and how that has changed over time. I mean, for example, we have a new forecast out that says that 60% of our time on social media is now spent on video, and who's creating that engaging video content? It's primarily creators. And so it makes sense for marketers to be moving money out of TV, which has been on the decline for a long time, like you said, to
it's
where we're
still
actually
like billions of dollars.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, it's a much smaller. The influencer marketing market is much smaller. We're expecting about $8 billion to be invested this year, but that's a lot of growth over the past couple of years, for sure.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah. Interesting. What else are you excited about? Like, what are people not talking about in terms of investment for creators? I mean, creators themselves are also taking on investment.
Yeah, and that's like the bulk of when we say creator investing at Slow, that's the bulk of how we think about it. I mean, we continue to be really excited about vertical niches and communities. I think when you think of creator, it's oftentimes like the big flashy names everyone kind of recalls, but there are fabulous businesses being built in niches and verticals that, for folks that would never even come to a VidCon, but are at industry trade shows. So we just continue to get excited about, kind of this new version of entrepreneurship where you own, a deep audience or a deep community in a specific niche, and you start to attach different products and services to it. So
what's doing well? Like, what are some examples of, like, books, right?
Yeah, so we made an investment in a creator in the kind of book talk, booktube space, spending a lot of time in hobbyist and enthusiast categories. If you think about, both consumption patterns in terms of what people are reading and consuming and watching, but then also spending patterns, that's an area that's of real interest. Another area we like to kind of investigate is anything where there's kind of a big information gap between what the consumer is getting from quote unquote experts in their life and then what they actually need to know. So we're seeing an explosion in parenting as an example. The likes of Dr. Becky have, she's just done fabulously well. And so there's like those types of areas that we really like versus what I would say is more traditional media entertainment type creators.
Yeah, everything has gotten so incredibly niche, and I think part of the challenge for creators today and standing out is it's so easy to go viral. Not easy, but it's easier than ever to go viral, but then it's hard to know where to go from there, and I think you get pigeonholed in these niches on TikTok. Social Blade, which is a data analytics provider, pulled some stats for me. There are more than 40,000 accounts on TikTok with more than 1 million followers. So it's insane to kind of stand out, and it feels like everything has gotten so hyper niche that the future feels more like, okay, you need to kind of stay in your lane, and you might not build something to the level of Mr. Beast, but you can build like a really good kind of living. But do you think that that's sort of where things are gonna go? Like, you have to be niche, or are we gonna still see kind of these like general lifestyle genres and content?
Oof, that's a tough question. I mean, I agree with you that things have gone really niche, and I think that's probably the best way to cut through the noise. I mean, there's just so much content out there that you really do need to be speaking to a specific community. If that's the way that it's gonna go, I mean, that's hard to say at this point.
Yeah. Okay, we've made it like 20 minutes without saying AI, so I think we should clap for ourselves. But how does kind of AI change the game? I think what's been interesting in our data is that the startup rebound is actually not because of AI companies. So it's not like, oh, all these AI companies that are doing content creation is making the funding go back up. It's companies like a Beehive, which raised a Series B, or others that are doing fan subscriptions. I mean, AI is part of it, and obviously we've seen this explosion of it. From the investing side, I mean, there's a huge FOMO, I think, element of it, but we're already seeing, some of these AI companies start to merge. OpenAI comes out with something that then is, wiping out an entire company. So how are you thinking about AI and creator?
So, I mean, AI generally, we've taken the stance, we're super disciplined about what we do in AI. I think kind of our party view is that most of the value is accruing to the hyperscalers and kind of the bigger players, which we've seen play out. And then the other thing, as a seed investor, like entry point really matters. And most of these deals are tremendously expensive. So it's hard to make the math work. I think as it relates to creators, I'm kind of like of two minds of AI, where one, I do think it's going to be an amazing enablement tool for creators just to go harder, faster, better, stronger. And then two, like if you could like fast forward, 5-10 years in a world where there's so much content and lots of it is kind of generated by AI, what really matters is like trust and, fandom and like real relationships with community. And I do think creators and these kind of micro communities will truly stand the test of time.
I think so too. I mean, that's one of the things that I spend a lot of time thinking about, especially after Cannes, where TikTok introduced AI avatars, which, they have these stock avatars and they also have custom avatars, and the idea is really to help brands supposedly
non-creator.
Exactly,
like
and that was my big thing about this too, is because it's this kind of tension between technology and creativity and just human creativity really. And I still find it hard to believe that we're going to see a mass influx of brands going to these stock avatars or even the custom avatars, just because the whole idea, of course, of creators is being genuine and being human and being able to connect with these communities and these audiences. And I don't know if you've seen them, but they are a little bit creepy sometimes.
Yeah, it's not quite there yet.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
I don't know. I'm not convinced that we're going to want to just watch AI generated.
Where I do think it's a really powerful tool is in translation. And I think that is a huge unlock and big opportunity for a lot of creators to be able to expand their audiences, and also for a lot of brands that want to go global and work with creators in many different markets, because of course they're limited to the markets where they speak the languages that they speak at this point.
Yeah. Megan, what are you seeing in terms of like what's getting no investment? Like I feel like the NFT stuff really quietly has, although I don't know, crypto's kind of coming back, but are there areas that just are not really seeing growth?
Yeah, well, let me like reframe the question. And like one of the areas that I'm thinking about now, which I don't think a lot of people are thinking about, is what's happening offline, especially with creators. I mean, I think obviously, AI is one component of this, but I think just like internet and like social burnout too. And like people are desperate for in-person events, connecting with people. I mean, I live in New York City, and the number of run clubs, right, that have exploded over the past year is crazy. I think in large part driven by dating apps not working, but that's a story for a different day. But seriously, I'm starting to spend a lot of time thinking, what's the offline opportunity for creators? And if you think about too, like, if you look at the total retail sales, online is 15% of it, right? Like the vast majority of retail sales comes from offline, whether that's eating out or experiential, and obviously there's health and wellness in that too. But I think it's a tremendous opportunity that not a lot of people are paying attention to.
And young people are in stores. I mean, we like to think that they're only spending time online, but that is not true. They really are going to retail stores. The difference is it's not the kind of retail stores that we remember when we were younger, right? They want those social media online experiences to be reflected in the shopping experience that they have in real life. So it's really, about creating this omni-channel experience that incorporates those creators and influencers into the real life experience as well.
So Jake Paul actually just launched W.
W for winning.
Winning, which is...
the SEO on some of these companies these days.
Well, it's his answer to Old Spice and Axe and you know, men's personal care. But I think they just launched in Walmart. And there's no DTC option, which is actually a really interesting strategic decision.
Yeah. What do you think it'll take, Megan, for like some of these more old school financial, like you said, family offices are coming in, but like we haven't seen private equity come in a big way.
I think that's changing.
Yeah.
Like, you know, I come from that world, and I probably get 2 calls a month from friends in the space saying, you know, what are you guys thinking about? What are you seeing? How can we work together? And so I think it's, you know, to my comment earlier, like the longer this continues to be a thing, people who are a little bit more conservative are starting to wake up to it and just, you know, find deep interest in it.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen PE with like music, right?
Sure.
And recurring, you know, we've seen it with YouTube channels and acquisitions and all that stuff, but is there something that you think needs to happen for kind of those institutions to spend more money? Because I think there definitely is interest, but we haven't seen a ton of...
I mean, the interest is going to come largely from, at least on the brand side, from like Skims IPOing, right? And like Fenty has done really, really well.
Rare Beauty.
Rare Beauty, right? So more examples like that, where you can actually put $100 million to work. Other than that, I think, you know, they're trying to figure out, you know, what is the music catalog adjacent version in the creator economy, and does that work, and why may it work or not work, and what's different about it. So I think, you know, it's just more points on the board and people get interested, so.
Yeah. Do you think more creators are going to do what Dude Perfect, you know, did in terms of raising for kind of these holding companies, or is that sort of a small percentage of creators that?
I think, I mean, and granted, I'm incredibly biased. I do think that we're going to see more creators consider investment. I think
do they need it?
Well, and it's like you want to make sure that people, you know, creators doing so are using capital responsibly and actually have a reason to raise capital. But I think you're going to see kind of the growth of that for 2 reasons. One is more examples like Mr. Beast and Dude Perfect and whatnot. And then on the flip side, like I think we're seeing a faster convergence between like serious business people and the creator world, a lot faster than I had thought. And so, you know, if you zoom out, like the all-in guys are, you know, doing the creator playbook really, really well. And you know, who knows what comes out of that? But Brian Johnson, we were talking about him backstage, and so, like this convergence is happening at a clip that is a lot faster than I would have thought. Whereas 5 years ago, you talk to any, you know, person in Silicon Valley, they're like, creators are cringe, and I don't know what that thing is. It's just for like cat videos on YouTube, but it's like completely changing and changing really fast.
What do you think, Jasmine, that's holding marketers back from shifting more spend?
Well, I think the first thing is that budgets are still tight, right? There's a limited amount of money that they can spend, and you know, you have to be active on many different channels and many different platforms. I also think there's an unfamiliarity for a lot of big brands, especially traditional brands that just aren't used to it, and a fear. I mean, we've heard all of these horror stories of, you know, creator, influencer partnerships that have gone wrong, and the perception among some of these brands is still that, you know, it is very, very risky. And the reality is in order for a creator or influencer campaign to really resonate with consumers, you do have to give up control. And brands don't always like that. And so I think that still is a roadblock for a lot of the brands that aren't investing as heavily, even though they know they need to be there and they know their target audience is spending time with that content.
I think one piece too that's forcing their hand a little bit is the creators now.
Yes,
like they're now competing. Axe is now competing with Jake Paul, who can mobilize, you know, his fan base. You know, same thing with like a Body Armor or Monster with the rise of Prime. So that's sort of getting them out of their comfort zone, I think, a little bit more.
Oh, definitely. Too. I mean, they've realized, the smart ones have realized that, you know, if they don't work with creators, they're going to become their competitors at some point.
Definitely. Amazing. Well, thank you so much. Thanks for listening. We appreciate it.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
welcome Random Machine's Meredith Levine.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm here to welcome to the stage two of my favorite people, Hank Green and Stephanie Patrick, and we're going to talk to you about audience insights today. Come on out, have fun.
I was like, where's the mic?
Ooh, okay. Yeah.
I was very worried. I was like, where's my microphone?
Yeah.
It's on my body.
We got it. So I'm gonna start with asking you a little bit. You know these two as creators. I love to think about them as researchers, and I'd love for you to talk about a little bit of your science and research background to start us off with data-driven insights.
I mean, in undergrad, I majored in biochemistry. I did pharmaceutical research. And then I worked in a lab doing quality control on a fungicide for a while. So a lot of spreadsheets, a lot of data analysis, a lot of p-values.
Yeah.
So a lot of stats classes. So I actually did come into YouTube knowing some things about that. Wait. Somebody just applaud for statistics classes, because that's awesome.
It looks like a third of the audience applauded for statistics. Hank, do you know that we have almost the same background?
I did not.
No, this is a new revelation.
Did you work in quality control in a fungicide laboratory?
So close. No, I came out of biochem research, and I have a master's degree in cancer pharmacology, so I did development of cancer drugs and did cancer research, and I spent quite a while, in the lab. I did internships at pharmaceutical companies, and I ultimately ended up at a consulting firm, but my specialty was still very much in the data and analytics side, so I worked with scientific teams, and I also worked in a very nerdy area called medical affairs, which is all about drug safety and all about drug safety programs, so keeping basically biotech and pharma companies in line and following all the relevant medical protocols. So it was very data heavy.
I would actually not call that parallel. You went way further than I did.
And then it was YouTube. Yeah. These two people go about as far as I know in terms of using additional market research tools and additional quant research tools and techniques to understand more about y'all's audiences. Hank, for those of you who don't know, runs probably the longest running creator census on Nerdfighter, on Nerdfighteria that exists in the creator space. And Stephanie does some of the most targeted research with the loyal theorist audience that I've ever seen, and that's probably what the bulk of this conversation is going to be about. So I'd love to hear more about why you started to ask your audience questions and how you go about doing that in terms of process.
I can't remember, because it's been a while, why we started doing it. There was, you read your comments, and you see how well a video does, and you are constantly building a picture in your head of what your audience looks like. And it's wrong. It's always going to be incomplete. It's almost like I imagined a person when I was making videos, and I want to have a correct, accurate understanding of who that person is. And of course, they are composed of many people, and so they're a weird kind of person. But I wanted to get a deeper understanding of what they wanted from us, of the kinds of folks they were, of where we were falling short, of what was exciting to them. And so instead of looking at what YouTube was rewarding, I wanted to look at what was our most diehard audience, so the ones who'd show up for a survey. What did they actually want from us? Which is it's a different set of things.
Yeah, and Steph?
Yeah, similarly, it was all originally born out of a curiosity about who our audience is. We really wanted to understand who are we talking to, because I think when you start to grow a YouTube channel, and that this is hopefully I think relatable for people who have a YouTube audience of 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, millions, as those numbers go up, you start to feel wow, this is a lot of people, and the numbers start to get to a place where you're this is so many people that I can't possibly get a real good handle on who I think is watching and why they're watching. That's what we really wanted to understand. And so, really early on, before the channels
when it was one channel and it was under 1 million subscribers, we started asking questions. In fact, I think around the 100,000 subscriber mark, when we were like, this is a substantial audience, we started asking single questions. It didn't start out as big surveys. It started out as single questions. What do you prefer, cats or dogs? I mean, that was literally like the first one we ever asked. But we were just like, let's learn something, and then let's see how this works. And then eventually we were like, let's ask something that could help us come up with a new episode idea. Or let's ask something that could lead to more information about them in some other way. But it really started out with like, let's ask one question and see where it goes from there. And we, over time, started to learn more and more.
Mm-hmm. And I love that you are polling your audience, because for those of you who don't know, I also work in traditional media. And linear entertainment does a lot of this. There is so much audience testing that goes on, and it's something that in the creator economy we can really take a lot more advantage of in order to learn some of these things that the majors have known for decades, and in some cases probably almost a century.
Yeah, well, also the way that they do it is so expensive.
Yes.
But in a lot of situations, like a big movie studio can do a bunch of things that I can't do because it costs money.
Mm-hmm.
But it turns out that this thing I can do, and it costs me nothing.
Yeah.
It costs me time. Like all I have to do is write the survey and then like tell people about it.
So then when we're talking about the like quicker, dirtier research that we do in the creator economy, what kinds of tools do you use? I know it's mostly polls and surveys, but I'd love to know what you're using, how you're fielding that to, I guess in what research you'd call your sample. How are you fielding that? How are you making sure that you're getting enough sample to have it be meaningful data?
Yeah, when we started out with a very, very old feature that no longer exists on YouTube anymore, which were end cards. And we would run the super amazing end card tournament, which was at the end of every episode, we would put up 2 end cards, which we were very transparent with the audience. We were like, hey, click either of these. They both lead back to the channel page. Very neutral space, extremely low commitment. It doesn't subscribe you. It doesn't do anything. Just takes you to the channel page. We got a lot of channel page views off of that, by the way.
Interesting.
But you send them to a neutral place so they don't mind clicking, but you give them a question. Have you turned on TV to watch a linear TV show in the last 12 months? Yes? No. And a shocking number of people in our audience said no, they hadn't. And that gave us really important information about what they want and what they watch. So we started with that, but now you'd have to use polls. You can use community features. So if we have a single question, we can go there. But then it really expanded into the big surveys. So we quickly found that we have so many respondents on the order of anywhere from 100,000, or we've had up to almost 500,000 respondents on a survey before. That's a lot of data to capture, and it's really difficult to find like platforms that'll do that. We have sort of a modified setup of Google Sheets, basically, of Google Survey, where we can do that. It does take like 3 hours to download the data sometimes. But we really run everything very cheaply, like literally $0, and we run it very quickly so that we can iterate as needed.
And then Hank, you are loyal to to a vendor.
Loyal, yeah, to SurveyMonkey. We started on SurveyMonkey, and I don't even think about whether or not it's a good idea to stay on SurveyMonkey, because if I started to think about it, I'd freak out. But also, it's really nice to have all of our previous year's censuses all inside of the same platform, so I can compare and contrast and watch our audience get older as we get older, and feel old. And it is just like with your tool. Like when you start to deal with these large numbers, it slows way down. It's very like it takes forever to load the whole survey, and so I don't know that there's any like super perfect tools. But you also like sometimes I'm like I don't need to be doing like 80 question surveys, which I end up doing. But like you know you can do a YouTube poll on the community tab, easy, and you could do like one of those a day, and you could get 10 really important questions answered in 10 days.
And anyone can do this. Like, you don't have to have a big audience. You don't have to have an audience that's been around for a long time. In fact, in a lot of ways, the newer the viewership and the newer the influx of like subscribers, the more relevant that data is. And so you can do this with any channel size to get a tap in on the most important questions that you want to know about your audience. Do you want to know if they like a certain video game franchise? Do you want to know if they like a certain clothing brand? You can ask these extremely specific questions, and you can ask them directly. You're not going through a third party. There's no middleman here. Just ask, and very, very often YouTube audiences want to show up and answer.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
It's almost like everybody's benefiting. Like, the audience likes that you care about them.
Yeah.
They want you to know about them. So it's not like you're extracting value. It's almost additive. And like part of the reason why there's so many questions on our surveys is maybe 5% of them are pure fun, just like stupid. I don't have an example, but
I do.
Just,
Our butts, legs.
Our butts, legs. Our butts, legs. Butt is legs. Whoa, we had a couple of people who are new to this argument. Hold on a sec. I lots of arguments.
And
Mary.
yeah, I take no stand. I am neutral in this fight.
Yeah.
But having been
You make it fun, and then it's content as well as a thing.
That's really the key. The key, I think, is gamifying it in a way that incentivizes people to respond and also tells them like what you're going to do with it. Honestly, I think that's really important. Is that you're not like, asking them, first of all, not asking them personal or identifying questions, very important, just ethically speaking, but also letting them know where the data is going, right? Letting them know that, hey, you're answering these questions because we're doing a future episode, and I want to tell you what it is, but I can't because then it'll spoil the survey. So you have to fill out the survey, but you will see the results of the survey and how you compare with all the rest of the audience in an upcoming episode, right? So there's a payoff for them. It's fun to do, and it's fun when they see it paid off.
And there are so many applications of doing this kind of research, from the immediate, if you're a creator and new at creation, of the ideation of episodes and content and preferences and the whys behind content performance, all the way through full-on businesses, franchise, purchase decisions, price sensitivity, into potential partnerships, brand affinity, all of these applications. This is useful across this whole industry for agents, managers, brand partners, advertisers, creators, production companies, the whole gamut. And so what are some like non-content choices that you've made as a result of information you've gotten from your audience?
I mean, so we sell socks for charity. It's one of the things that we do, and a lot of people are like, I don't like the socks that go all the way up. I want some other length somewhere in here. And so we asked that question. We were like, okay, what's your ideal sock length? And we gave there was a picture, and it was like A, B, C, D, E, and the split was 20% each. So 1/5 in every category, and I was like, well, you guys are getting one that's out here and one that's in here, and you'll figure it out. But there was I was like, I don't but then you can, one of the great things, if you do an actual survey that has a bunch of different questions, you can segment it. So you can look at the pieces of your audience who might be more likely to be sock buyers, because they're, and you can also see that millennials like a certain kind of sock more than Gen Z. So you can segment by age, you can segment by where they came in, is a TikTok audience more this kind of sock or that kind of sock, which it is. I'm like, okay,
Yeah, one of my most recent segmentations was based on how long people had been viewing the channel.
Yeah.
The people who've been viewing since they were children, or feels like forever, those audiences behaved a little differently than the ones who were pandemic viewers for the most recent one I put in field. So
product is a great example. I have a couple to segue off of the product one though. We ran a Myers-Briggs personality profile on our audience. We psychographically profiled our entire audience. We had hundreds of thousands of respondents.
Did you ask them to say what they were, or did you ask them questions?
When you opened the survey, it linked out to the 16 personalities.
Oh, so you go take it.
Quiz, and it says, go take this quiz, which is like a 20-minute quiz.
Yeah.
The completion rate was unbelievably high, and it was like, come back, tell us a little bit about yourself. Just tell us like a general age range, tell us the gender you identify with, and tell us your personality type, and then maybe like a fun question, like whatever. What's your favorite soup? But when we shook it out, we found that we had a ton of intuitive introverts, just a massive ton of, intuitive introverts, people who like to keep to themselves. They're self-identified nerds who really like connecting the dots between different mysteries or ideas and bringing together like disparate thoughts into one cohesive picture, like exactly what we do.
Yeah.
And
so they're trying to like create a theory.
Exactly, about life. And so when we saw that, we were like, okay, let's take this and apply it to our merchandise strategy, right? And we say, okay, we've got a lot of introverts, and we've got a lot of people who like, hiding away. They don't want to feel uncovered. They don't want to feel exposed. They want to sit and think. And so that next line of clothing had a bunch of hoodies, and it specifically had a whole bunch of sleeves that you could pull down to cover your hands, and they had thumb holes. And they sold unbelievably well, because we knew exactly who wanted those. We knew who were buying them, and we knew why they wanted them. We sold things to people so that they could hide. And if that's where they're comfortable and that's where they live, that's great. There's nothing wrong with that, and we just want to meet them where they are.
Yeah.
The other one was bigger picture. When Theorist, so we sold our YouTube channels at the end of 2022. When Theorist sold, we obviously shared a lot of data and a lot of information, including this kind of psychographic research, other surveys that we had done about crazy things like, do people who play video games have more friends? Things like that. But we also did comment sentiment analysis, where we took 1,000 of our videos and we analyzed the content of the comments section, which you would think would be like a horror story. But we analyzed it for a few things. We wanted to understand the person centricity of the channel. Basically, what that means is whether people cared about MatPat as the host of our channels, or whether they cared about game theory as a format. And so we did this whole analysis to determine the relative like instances of people using the term MatPat versus game theory versus like other theorist-oriented words. And from that, we, along with LunarX, who is our acquiring company, were able to determine sort of on a spectrum how much of a key man risk there was in our business. And I thought that was a really smart way of looking at that. It does have flaws, because a lot of times the creator's name is the same as the channel name, and you can't differentiate those. You have to do it with something else. But the idea of doing a comment analysis is totally possible now. YouTube is even starting to build in AI tools that can do this, and it makes a huge difference.
Yeah. In your fielding also, so if you do have a traditional market research background, there are things like screeners and bias, and are you noticing any kind of bias or things you have to filter out with your respondent pool, and how do you think about that relative to your respondents relative to the audience, and is that actually helpful or a problem, given that when you're fielding to an opt-in audience, those are the ones who want you to hear from them, and so it absolutely skews towards avidity. So I'm wondering how you see bias and combat bias in your samples.
I mean, we definitely see it. We don't use like sophisticated tools to try and work against it. We just sort of keep it in mind that like the audience that we're hearing from. So like basically, I think to myself, this is a survey of our most diehard fans.
Yes.
And I can also, like, it is great to be able to segment out people who came in through the TikTok link versus the YouTube link, which are very different audiences for us. And so but like, you can see it, and interestingly, like our YouTube analytics are like, you're about 50-50 male-female, whereas our survey split is like more like 70% female. And I'm like, this makes sense that like when I go do a show, most of the, like if I'm doing a live show, most of the audience is female. But when I'm making YouTube videos, there's like a lot of people who are sort of coming in and watching, they're not like diehard fans. They're just like, oh, this video about like a bad advertisement that a fast food chain ran is a good viral video, so there's a lot of, filtering out people who are, we're just like, it is important to know that our like diehard audience is different from our audience. in a number of different ways. And then as far as like sentiment, we do ask a question that's like, do you have anything that you would like to critique about what we do? We ask an explicit question that's like, hey, what did we do wrong? Which is never fun to read. You know, like if you do the word cloud, it's the biggest word is like nothing, so that's good. But there's other words in there, and I'm like, yeah, I know.
No, I would agree with all of that. Whenever you're looking at data on YouTube, no matter what it is, if it's YouTube Analytics, if it's anything, it's never clean data. You're looking across different episodes that appeared to different audiences, that had different recommendation algorithms, that had over the course of years or whatever. Ours cover lots of different topics. Like there's no way to get clean data. I think doing longitudinal data and studies is probably a really smart way to combat that. No, we bear it in mind, and like you said, like we definitely have a female skew when it comes to surveys. So we'll have about 20% more female respondents to surveys than we have in our actual video audience. And also but that also reflects a level of interactiveness. So for instance, here at VidCon, we have relative to the official demographics of our YouTube channel, we have a much more disproportionately high number of females who, ladies, gals, who come up and say hi to us and want to interact and want to have conversations in person, face to face, right? And so we also take that into account when we're thinking about, we may have an audience that is definitely majority male, but when it comes to an audience who will activate for us, or who might go buy something, or who might come to see us if we do a live show, we're actually thinking a much more female-centric than that.
Interesting.
Yeah, I love thinking about that. And as for some actionable takeaways for this audience, if you aren't in market research, let's talk a little bit about question structure and analysis. This is where we're going to get nerdy. I don't come from hard science. I come from critical studies. I study fandom. I love an open-ended question. I think it's incredibly telling and really challenging to do analysis on. But I know your research also has a blend of types of questions. You do some ranking stuff. You do some multiple choice, multi-select. And how do you think about survey design? I know Nerdfighter Census, it's a lot of longitudinal stuff, so you established this and now you're continuing with it.
I have stuck myself into a number of bad methodologies because I want to keep questions consistent year over year, which I finally have decided to change some of those, the most grievous examples. Basically asking people to rank like 12 social media platforms by how often they use them. And people are like, what if I never use 6 of those? Yeah. And I'm like, great point. I don't know. I did it bad. I did it bad. I mean, it's easy to make mistakes there. And it's a thing you're not used to proofreading for either. Like a radio button versus a checkbox. Like if you want people to only be able to select one thing versus select multiple things, it is an important thing to have as part of your proofread.
Yes.
Because I've made that mistake a number of times.
For us, unfortunately, I wish we could have more open-ended questions, and we love we love that dynamic, but in a realistic sense, they are a nightmare.
I feel bad asking them because I'm like, there's very, very low chance I'm going to see any individual one of these.
Yeah. So we try to do all multiple choice or multi-select or drop down or something that is also really easy and quick. Because if you ask people to do too much thinking, they're like, oh, I can't handle this, and they just close it. So we want people to complete it, and we want to be able to interpret results very quickly because it already takes a really long time to load like 50 or 100,000 data, lines of data.
Yeah. In our last couple of minutes, I wanted to ask, what are some fun insights that you've gotten about your respective audiences as a result of this research?
I've learned that butt is definitely legs.
Okay.
What?
So. Yep, everybody agrees. We do a yearly charity event called the Project for Awesome, and thanks, TT. Hi. And every year we have not intentionally, but like something shows up and becomes the mascot of this year's Project for Awesome. Like one year it was a Furby made out of beans. One year it was just a fish named Dave. But this year, in the most recent one, there were a bunch of different mascots, including a cryptocurrency billionaire named Jared, who was an effective altruist, who is me wearing a terrible skin suit with tattoos all over his face. And Jared's wonderful, good guy, giving us a lot of money. But a lot of people did not want Jared to be the spokesperson for the Project for Awesome this year. They did not want that mascot. There were a number of other options. The letter Q was one of them, but Jared won. They came out, the audience came out for Jared. They know what's important, which is money for charity, regardless of where it comes from.
Mine is pretty straightforward, since we only have 30 seconds.
Sorry.
No. Thanks, Hank. No. Our audience hates feet. They hate feet.
Oh.
We ran a survey last year to determine what would create, what would go into the ugliest Christmas sweater. We ran a survey about this. And it also enabled us to learn a lot about our audience's like buying habits and things like that. But absolutely #1 most hated thing you could possibly see if you're our audience is a Santa with his feet out.
I think that sounds
no
great.
shoes Santa was like, the number of reactions we got that were literally like, I want to vomit.
Who came up with no shoes Santa?
Hate feet.
Was that an idea they came up with? Did they like write that unprompted? I don't want to see Santa without his shoes on.
Yeah, we surveyed things that go into ugly Christmas sweaters, like ostentatious bows and those like you know how it's like that plasticine stuff. But the #1 most hated thing was feet on a Santa.
And on that note, thank you so much for joining us, and thank you too for joining this panel and talking about research.
State Farm is there to support you. You can beat Bake Wars.
Time to unite the Muffinverse and take down the Crumb Crew.
I gotta download a patch.